Chapter 787 Battle Tribe Ancestral Land. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the void shook, ancient and mysterious inscriptions appeared and formed an ancient teleportation array. The expression of the battle race expert guarding the teleportation array shook. Did the old members of the Battle God Palace respond to the Battle God order and gather here? As expected, as the teleportation formation lit up, a plump figure appeared out of thin air. It was a fat man who was holding a wine jug. He was dressed sloppily and reeked of alcohol. If one looked at his clothes, they would think he was a beggar. Wine Marquis. However, when the fat man appeared, the Battle Tribe elite was pleasantly surprised. Wine Marquis Xian Danyang was a famous elite of the Battle God Palace in the past. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the heavenly ethereal realm. During the civil war a few hundred years ago, he had displayed extraordinary strength. Where is Zhan Wuqiang? Why isn't he here? He sent you juniors to guard here. Is he looking down on us? Or is he not in charge of the battle tribe now? Xian Danyang looked at the high-level powerhouses of the battle race that welcomed him. His drunken eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Obviously, he had confirmed that the rumors were true and that the bloodline of the battle tribe had been unsealed. Many thoughts flashed through Xian Danyang's mind. Ever since Zhan Wuji, the master of the Battle God Palace, had disappeared, the bloodline of the battle tribe had been sealed. Now, the bloodline of the battle tribe had been unsealed and they had risen. This naturally made Xian Danyang think of Zhan Wuji. When the battle tribe was at its peak, Xian Danyang was only a mid-tier elite in the Battle God Palace. He wasn't even qualified to meet Zhan Wuji. However, the times were different now. The heavenly ethereal realm had become a legend. The old monsters of the heavenly palace realm had hidden themselves, and the heavenly ethereal realm had become the top fighting force. Even if Zhan Wuji came out, he would definitely look at Xian Danyang differently. Senior Wine Marquis, the clan leader, has prepared a banquet in the sacred palace. Senior, please go. The elite of the battle tribe immediately led Xian Danyang to the sacred palace. Xian Danyang's eyes flashed. From the way the elite of the battle tribe addressed him, he could tell that Zhan Wuqiang was still the clan leader of the battle tribe. In that case, could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Everlasting War had not returned? However, if it wasn't for Zhan Wuji, how could the war tribe have the resources to destroy the Heavenly Dipper, Earthly Fiend, and Heavenly Dipper, Earthly Fiend that had dominated the Slaughter Sea for hundreds of years? After all, even Xian Danyang, who was rather confident in his own strength, was not confident that he could deal with Old Man Tiangang and true Lord Earth Fiend. Soon, Xian Danyang arrived at the war tribe's holy temple. The upper echelon elders of the war clan were all gathered in the sacred palace. Zhan Wuqiang sat on the main seat. However, a young man sat on his left, and he wasn't one of the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe. This scene surprised Xian Danyang. He couldn't help but carefully size up Qin Yu. But no matter how he looked, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the Empyrean realm. Xian Danyang could kill him with a single palm strike. How could Zhan Wuqiang allow him to sit there? One had to know that the war clan had always respected the strong. As for the order of their positions, they also had a precise plan. Without sufficient strength, no matter how high one's status was, one wouldn't be qualified to sit on it. Senior Jiuho, long time no see. Zhan Wuqiang, who had already received the news, immediately stood up and greeted Xian Danyang with a smile. Xian Danyang was much older than Zhan Wuqiang's father. In front of Xian Danyang, Zhan Wuqiang was just a junior. With the recovery of your bloodline, you have reached the heavenly Empyrean realm. Zhan Wuqiang, you are indeed the most outstanding genius among the younger generation. Your talent is amazing. Xian Danyang looked deeply at Zhan Wuqiang, and his eyes were filled with shock. Although Zhan Wuqiang had restrained his aura, in Xian Danyang's eyes his blood qi was unfathomable. Such a terrifying aura was no weaker than Xian Danyang's. In fact, Xian Danyang was even stronger. Senior Jiu Ho has also reached the advanced heavenly Empyrean realm. You are already one of the top experts in Xingzhou. Zhan Wuqiong smiled. In the past, Zhan Wuqiong would have to bow to Jiu Ho and Xian Danyang. But now, although Zhan Wuqiong's attitude was warm, he treated Jiu Ho as an equal. There was no seniority in the martial path. The strong were respected. Since we are both at the late heavenly Empyrean realm, you don't have to call me senior. Just call me by my name. Xian Danyang reacted quickly and adjusted his position. Since that's the case, I will accept your invitation. Zhan Wuqiong nodded and invited Xian Danyang to sit. I wonder if the release of the Divine Order and the gathering of the old members is for the War God Palace. Xian Danyang sat on the empty seat on the right. The seat on the right was specially prepared for the old members of the War God Palace. However, so far, only Xian Danyang had come. That's right. In the past, Nangong Backing betrayed his teacher and ancestors and fought for power. He expelled the War God Palace to this remote ancestral land and tried to destroy the War God Palace. Now that the bloodline of the battle tribe has returned, it's time to reclaim the past glory of our tribe, restore the name of the divine battle palace, and display the might of our ancestors. Therefore, we've gathered our seniors to lend us a hand. Seeing that Xian Danyang went straight to the point, Zhan Wuqiong nodded solemnly and said, Although I have lived in seclusion for the past few years, I know that the War God Palace has become the overlord of the Shenzhou continent after it was established. During this period, it has destroyed more than 10 overlord forces. From this, we can see that the War God Palace is not as simple as it seems. Currently, the War God Palace has less than 10 heavenly Empyrean realm experts, right? Xian Danyang's eyes flickered. Among the old members of the War God Palace, other than those who had died in the internal strife, he was the only one who had come today. Looking at the top heavenly Empyrean realm experts in the War God Palace, other than Zhan Wuqiong, there were only 3 Grand Elders. Even if the War God Palace had some hidden strength, it would be limited. How dare they challenge the War God Palace with such a small force? Where did the War God Palace's confidence come from? Could it be that the War God Palace's ancestor had returned? Since we dared to attack the War God Hall, we naturally made preparations. If Wine Marquis is willing to lend my war clan a hand, we will naturally be endlessly grateful. If you are unwilling, we will have no complaints at all. Zhan Wuqiong said with a smile. However, he did not reveal the War God Palace's trump card. After all, no one knew if Wine Marquis was related to the War God Palace. Why would Zhan Wuqiong reveal his trump card at this moment? Xian Danyang smiled when he heard this. He did not leave, nor did he say anything. It was obvious that he wanted to see if he should get involved in this matter. Zhan Wuqiong did not mind and arranged the people of the War God Palace in an orderly manner. As time passed, the old members of the War God Palace gathered. There were more than 30 of them. The weakest was a half-step heavenly Empyrean realm expert, and the strongest was comparable to Xian Danyang. Chapter 788. Over 30 heavenly ethereal realm cultivators. If the War tribe led them, they would be able to fight against the War Divine Temple. However, apart from a few loyal members of the War tribe, the rest of the old subordinates had the same attitude as Xian Danyang. They were all watching from the sidelines. They wanted to see what kind of trump cards the War clan had first. If they could defeat the War Divine Temple and Nangong Backing, they wouldn't mind helping. However, if the War tribe couldn't defeat them, they knew what to do. They didn't want to end up like those old subordinates who had followed the war race wholeheartedly hundreds of years ago and lost their lives in the internal strife. In fact, if the war race were to lose this time around, the War God badge would be lost as well. Among them, there would definitely be many who would choose to join the War God Temple. A good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. In the world of Xiuzhe, it was very important to attach oneself to a strong faction and have an extraordinary backer. This was also the reason why Zhang Wuji had created the War God Palace with his own strength and attracted countless experts to follow him. Zhang Wuqiong didn't care about Xian Danyang's thoughts. Of course, he wouldn't waste his breath on the other old subordinates. As long as their war clan displayed sufficient strength, these old experts would naturally join and follow them. It seems like the war tribe won't be able to defeat the war divine temple if they don't have a backup plan. The dragon soul's voice sounded from Qin Yu's body. Although they hadn't lived as long as these old foxes, they had lived for more than 100 years. They could be considered scheming people. They could see that the experts gathered in the War God Palace all had ulterior motives. In the dragon soul's opinion, it was better not to be anxious. If someone betrayed them at the crucial moment, it would be a bad thing. A backup plan. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had stayed in the war tribe for some time. If the war tribe had a backup plan, it would be the War Heaven Seal. He had seen the War Heaven Seal kill the late heavenly ethereal realm old man Tian Sha with one seal. However, from what he sensed that day, the War God Seal hadn't fully unleashed its power. In other words, the War Heaven Seal hid a stronger power that couldn't be underestimated. However, Qin Yu did not mind. His agreement with Zhang Wuqiong was to help the war tribe deal with one of Zhang Wuji's disciples, who was at the peak of the heavenly ethereal realm. With Qin Yu's current strength and the control of the heaven-battling divine formation, it was really not difficult to deal with a perfect heavenly ethereal stage. Therefore, even if the war tribe was in chaos and could not defeat the war god temple, Qin Yu did not need to worry about his own safety. Of course, Zhang Wuqiong and the others from the battle tribe were not stupid. If they were not strong enough, they would have chosen to retreat and recuperate instead of declaring war at this moment. It was likely that the old subordinates that were gathered here today all had the same thought, which was why they wanted to come and take a look. After all, the grudges between the War God Temple and the War Clan had lasted for several hundred years. It was time for them to settle this grudge. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sky had just brightened. In the ancestral land of the War Clan, figures with terrifying auras disappeared from the transmission array. Thousands of miles away in the center of the Shenzhou continent, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth swirled around the War God Temple. The scenery was dreamy and beautiful. An enormous, ancient transmission array appeared, and one figure after another appeared in the air. The war tribe has indeed launched an attack. Zhang Wuqiong, the leader of the war tribe, the 3 grand elders of the war tribe, Wine Marquis Xian Danyang, the bloodthirsty war general Long Bashi, the Yin-Yang divine master Qi Wentian. No wonder the war tribe is so confident to attack the war god temple. I thought it was just a rumor that the war tribe had unsealed the war god token and gathered their old subordinates. I didn't expect it to be true. That's strange. Wine Marquis and the others are not stupid. They wouldn't follow the war tribe to attack the war god temple. What happened? It's said that the cultivation of everyone in the war tribe skyrocketed overnight. If such a strange thing is true, there's only one possibility. Could it be that legendary existence has returned? No way. That person has disappeared for several hundred years. Countless powerful forces from the void domain's holy continents had already gathered in the War God Temple's territory. Ever since the news about the War Tribe and the War God Temple had spread, all the major forces in the void domain had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the 2 great forces. Now that the War Tribe had finally made a move, it meant that the rumors that had been spreading in the outside world were true. A world-shaking battle was about to break out between the War God Temple and the War God Temple. Nangong backing. Is this how you greet an old friend? Zhang Wuqiong appeared in front of the crowd and spoke calmly. However, his voice was like thunder that rumbled and spread in all directions. Rumble. As soon as Zhang Wuqiong finished speaking, the multicolored light that enveloped the entire War God Temple slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a series of soul-stirring sounds of war drums, as if thousands of armies were going on a campaign, filling the ancient times with boundless killing intent. As the light disappeared, the experts of the war god temple, who had been fully prepared, appeared in front of the crowd. Compared to the war tribe, which only had a few hundred people, the war god temple had thousands of people. They were lined up neatly, wearing armor and holding spears in their hands. When the two sides were compared, it gave the crowd a strong sense of superiority. "Zhan Wuqiong, long time no see." A deep voice rang out. The war god temple master, Nangong Backing, appeared in front of the army with the higher-ups of the war god temple. "Oh my god, there are 20 heavenly ethereal realm experts." The strength of the war god temple is too terrifying. Indeed, if it weren't for the old members of the war tribe, Zhan Wuqiong and the others would have been easily crushed. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the battle between the two of them. The spectating experts from the various large factions were greatly astonished when they saw the strength of the war god Hull. They knew that the war god temple had an extraordinary strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the Shenzhou continent for so many years. However, they didn't expect the war god temple to have so many heavenly ethereal realm experts. Although they were outsiders, they could see that the heavenly ethereal realm experts were the main forces in today's battle. They were the main factors that could lead the battle. The heavenly gods could only be used as support. It's him? After Nangong Backing appeared, Qin Yu's figure was reflected in his deep starry sky like eyes. That was because among all the people in the war clan, only Qin Yu was a complete stranger. They had never seen him before. This made Nangong Backing immediately think of the news that the war tribe had spread. It was said that the fall of the ancient demon sacred ground and the earth fiend true lord was related to the mysterious Qin Yu. From the position that Qin Yu was standing beside Zhan Wuqiong, it was obvious. Qin Yu's position in the war tribe was higher than Wine Marquis Xian Danyang, Yin Yang Divine Master Qi Wentian, and the other late heavenly ethereal realm experts. This meant that Qin Yu was more important than Xian Danyang and the others in the eyes of Zhan Wuqiong and the others. However, the question was, where did Qin Yu come from? Someone who could kill the earth fiend true lord shouldn't be unknown in the void zone. Could it be that he was a disciple of one of those reclusive old monsters? Judging from Qin Yu's appearance, this was very likely. Although a cultivator's lifespan would be greatly extended after reaching the 9th level of the heavenly Tao, their appearance would gradually change with the passage of time. Unless they cultivated some special secret technique or used some secret technique to become younger. It's time to settle the old grudge today. Looking at Nangong Backing, Guwudi, and the others, Zhan Wuqiong's eyes were filled with bone-chilling, killing intent. In the past few years, the war tribe had been in danger of being destroyed at any time. Many of their clansmen had disappeared or died, and the source of all this was Nangong Backing. Moreover, the internal strife back then was caused by Nangong Backing, who was supposed to support the war tribe, establishing another faction, and splitting the war god palace. Now that they had met, Zhan Wuqiong couldn't wait to tear Nangong Backing into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. If you really want to settle the score, then your war tribe should be thanking us. Back then, if my junior brother and I hadn't established the war god palace, who in the vast void zone would still remember Master's great achievements. Nangong Backing chuckled, not caring at all about Zhan Wuqiong's killing intent. That's right. Our war clan should indeed properly thank you all. Thus, today we will use your lives to repay you all for massacring our war clan back then. Zhan Wuqiong's eyes twitched, his killing intent skyrocketed, like an ancient beast that was about to slaughter the world. The core elders of the war tribe were also filled with killing intent, their eyes bloodshot. They had all experienced the massacre back then. Now that they heard Nangong Backing's shameless words, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Humph, Zhan Wuqiong, if it weren't for the benevolence of our war god palace and sparing your lives, we would have wiped you out long ago. I didn't expect that not only do you not know how to repay our kindness, but you also want to attack us. You're really ungrateful. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you all back then. A heavenly, ethereal sage core elder of the war god palace said coldly. The other core elders also had disdainful expressions. They didn't put the war tribe in their eyes at all. As for the reason, it was quite simple. Although the war god palace had more heavenly, ethereal stage experts among the old members of the war god palace. However, according to the spies they had planted in the war tribe, the old members weren't on the same side as the war tribe. As long as they were able to completely defeat the war clan, those old experts would naturally disperse. It was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. Not many of the old members would still be loyal to the war tribe. So, I said that I will use your heads as a blood sacrifice to the deceased members of the war tribe. Zhan Wuqiong suddenly pulled out his sword and roared, "Kill!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the dozens of war tribe experts were filled with killing intent as they charged towards Nangong Backing and the others. Violent killing intent surged and tore apart the clouds, shaking the earth. It was a soul-stirring sight. As for the old members of the war tribe, it wasn't out of the war god palace's expectations. Apart from a few people who were still loyal to the war tribe, the others, such as Xian Danyang and Qi Wentian, chose to stand to the side. This was because Zhan Wuqiong hadn't shown the war tribe strength yet. It seemed that he had come to attack the war god palace with his anger and killing intent. What are the old members of the war tribe trying to do? Could it be that they want to betray the war god palace and watch the tigers fight? It can't be. Won't the war tribe be harmed by them? Haha, could it be that those people have been bribed by the war god palace? The large factions that were watching from afar were stunned when they saw the old members of the war tribe. Then a heated discussion broke out. The situation before them was completely different from what they had expected. Without the help of the old members, why would the war tribe come to attack the war god palace? In fact, with the difference in strength between the two sides, it wasn't a battle at all. It was more like a suicide mission. As expected, Gu Wudi sighed inwardly when he saw this. During the internal strife, those who supported the war tribe were punished by the war god palace. Countless people had died because of it. With a bloody precedent, Xian Danyang and the other old members of the war tribe didn't dare to join the war god palace. If they chose the wrong side, they would have to face the war god palace's revenge. Although their overall strength wasn't weaker than the war god palace's upper echelons, they weren't united. In other words, they were scattered. With enough time, the war god palace would be able to eliminate them one by one. From today onwards, the war god palace will be the only war god palace in the Void Zone. Kill! Nangong Backing roared as he took the initiative to charge towards Zhan Wuqiong. If Zhan Wuqiong and the others had split up and waited for an opportunity after their bloodline recovered, it would be troublesome for the war god palace. However, Zhan Wuqiong leading his people to attack was exactly what Nangong Backing wanted. As long as they could kill Zhan Wuqiong and the others, the war god palace would have no more problems. Moreover, they could use this battle to recruit the old members of the war tribe and deter the other forces in the Void Zone, helping the war god palace to unify the Void Zone. Kill! The other core elders of the war god palace couldn't wait any longer. Almost as soon as Nangong Backing gave the order, they charged out with murderous intent. Gu Wudi and the other core elders who used to be related to the war tribe didn't just stand by and watch. They charged out madly. Activate the Saint Formation! Today, not a single person from the war clan will be able to leave this place alive. As for the heaven gods of the Battle God Hall, they had merged their cultivation into one and poured it into the battle formation to strengthen it. They were assisting the experts of the Battle God Hall from afar. With my battle intent, ignite my divine blood, and awaken my battle spirit." Just as the two armies were about to collide, Zhan Wuqiong suddenly shouted. Divine light shone from his hand, and a vast divine aura swept out in all directions. Rumble! An ancient seal, glowing with divine light, suddenly appeared. It was as if an ancient god had descended. All the living creatures within a radius of 10 million miles felt an intense pressure that caused their hearts to palpitate. It was the War Sky Seal. However, compared to when it had killed the old man Tian Sha, the War Sky Seal now seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal. Divine shadows with vast divine aura appeared on it. A mysterious and ancient Tao sound was heard, as if the ancient saints were worshipping it. It was extremely mysterious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a shocking scene appeared. As the ancient runes on the heaven battling imprint emitted a bright light, those ancient and mysterious divine figures actually walked out of the heaven battling imprint. Each of them was majestic and gave off an immortal aura. Some of them held divine swords, and their sword intent shook the 9 heavens. Some of them carried long spears, and their spear light swept through the clouds. Some of them held sabers, and their saber chi tore through the sky. There were more than 10 of those god shadows, and each of them was no weaker than a late heavenly ethereal realm expert. 2 of them even had terrifying auras that were comparable to a great void realm expert. When the 10 god shadows appeared, the killing intent of the war tribe and the war god palace was suppressed and dispersed. There was only boundless divine aura that swept across the entire area. It was extremely terrifying. What is that? What a terrifying divine aura. Are they not ancient gods? How can there be so many ancient gods? This must be some kind of supreme secret technique of the war tribe, right? I remember now. The war tribe seems to have an ancient secret technique called the war spiritual technique. It seems to be able to cultivate a powerful war spirit. That's right. I heard that the war tribe's old ancestor had killed a few true god remnant spirits. It seems like those suppressed god remnant spirits have been sealed in the War Sky Seal. The spectators who had thought that the people of the war tribe were here to die were all shocked. The auras of the 10 war spirits were too terrifying. Even the late heavenly, ethereal realm experts of the war god palace were no match for them. They could not help but be amazed. No wonder the war tribe was a supreme force that had once ruled the void zone. Its foundation was indeed terrifying. Is this Zhan Wuqiong's trump card? Xian Danyang and the other old members of the war tribe were all moved when they saw this scene. With such a trump card, the war tribe did not need to rely on their strength to fight against the war god palace. If they joined the battle, they could directly take the lead and even change the situation. Xian Danyang and the others looked at each other and seemed to have made their choice. What a terrifying aura! War spirits of the past? Didn't these battle spirits disappear along with Zhan Wuji? Oh no! Hurry up and defend! However, the faces of the people of the war god palace changed drastically. They did not expect the war tribe to have such a trump card. Even Nangong Backing and Gu Wudi's faces darkened. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment they had no place to retreat. They could only use their full strength to defend against the 10 ancient war spirits. Immediately, earth-shattering explosions rang out. Violent yuan qi surged like a sea of chaotic yuan qi. The sky and the earth shook violently as if they were about to collapse. Whether it was the old members of the war tribe or the other forces that were watching from afar, they were all affected. They had to take action to defend against the chaotic shockwaves. Pucci, as soon as the two sides clashed, there were casualties. The war god palace had more heavenly, ethereal realm experts than the war tribe. However, the battle strength of the 10 ancient war spirits was too terrifying. Even an ordinary late, heavenly, ethereal realm expert would find it difficult to resist. As soon as they clashed, 2 early heavenly ethereal realm experts were killed by the ancient war spirits. Their souls were scattered and their bodies were destroyed. The people of the War God Palace felt as if they had been hit in the head and their fighting spirit was shaken. Although the ones who died were only early heavenly ethereal realm experts, it was still a great loss to the War God Palace. More importantly, the battle had just begun and there were already casualties. This made the people of the War God Palace, who were originally full of confidence, panic. If they were unable to deal with the 10 ancient battle spirits, even if their War God Hall was able to annihilate the entire war tribe, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties and might even suffer serious injuries. If that happened, the other forces in the Shenzhou continent would definitely take advantage of the situation. 12th Junior Brother, follow me to kill Zhan Wuqiong. The rest of you, use the power of the Saint Array to resist the 10 ancient war spirits. Remember, do not fight to the death. Do not fight. Nangong Backing's face was extremely ugly. However, he was also a decisive person. He immediately thought of a countermeasure and quickly gave out the order. As he gave out the order, vast heavenly yuan surged out from his body and swept towards Zhan Wuqiong like a tidal wave. He could tell that the 10 ancient war spirits were summoned by Zhan Wuqiong after the seal on the War Sky Seal was broken. In other words, as long as they killed Zhan Wuqiong, the War Sky Seal would be resealed and the 10 ancient war spirits would naturally disappear. Swoosh! However, just as Guwudi was about to use a secret technique to evade the attacks of the 10 ancient battle spirits, a figure appeared like a ghost and intercepted Guwudi. "It's you!" Guwudi raised his eyebrows. The person who intercepted him was Qin Yu. Although the War God Palace had planted spies in the war tribe, they did not know Qin Yu's background and strength. The only thing they knew was that Qin Yu had used the power of the War Sky Divine Array to kill the 3 ancestors of the ancient demon Sacred Ground and perfected Lord Earthfiend. In other words, Qin Yu's battle strength aside, with the help of the War Sky Divine Array, his battle strength could kill an advanced heavenly ethereal realm expert. Array, rise! Qin Yu did not waste any time. The moment he appeared, he immediately set up the War Sky Divine Array and enveloped Guwudi. This prevented him from joining forces with Nangong Backing. "Do you think that you can stop me with this Divine Array?" Guwudi narrowed his eyes and quietly sized up Qin Yu. He felt a little strange. He had already seen through Qin Yu's cultivation level. It was only at the Heavenly Venerate realm. With such a weak cultivation level, could he really use the War Sky Divine Array to kill an advanced, heavenly, ethereal realm expert? "Whether I can stop you or not, I'll have to try." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Since Guwudi was trapped by him, it would be difficult for him to escape. At the very least, he would not be able to escape in a short period of time unless he could defeat him. However, with the War Sky Divine Array, Qin Yu's battle strength was not afraid of Guwudi at all. Die. Guwudi was a decisive person. He did not waste any more time and immediately rushed out. The heavenly origin energy, which was as vast as the sea, boiled and exploded. Like a torrent, it swept towards Qin Yu, wanting to annihilate him. Swallow! However, just as Guwudi's attack appeared, Qin Yu had already awakened the War Spirit Fusion. The swallowing Heaven Dragon Seal swallowed Guwudi's attack and counterattacked. Guwudi was shocked. Such a strange method of direct devouring really shocked him quite a bit. One had to know that at his level, he could already faintly control the laws of heaven and earth. Compared to the Heaven Demon Old Man, he was several levels stronger. Even if Qin Yu could use the power of the War Sky Divine Array to erupt with battle strength comparable to a perfect, heavenly, ethereal realm expert, it should not be so easy for him to dissolve his attack. Sun Moon Divine Fist! Guwudi's face turned serious. He restrained his previous underestimation and went all out. After he shattered Qin Yu's attack, a blazing sun and a bright moon appeared behind him. The sun and moon merged and evolved into yin-yang divine force. Following Guwudi's shout, he punched out. The sun and moon of yin-yang fused into the fist light and attacked Qin Yu. It was so fast that one could only vaguely see a ray of yin-yang light before it arrived in front of Qinyu. Break! At the same time, a deafening roar sounded, and the War Sky Divine Array shook violently. When Nangong Backing saw that Gu Wuti was trapped by the War Sky Divine Array, he immediately changed his target and fiercely attacked the War Sky Divine Array. Nangong Backing and Gu Wuti were both perfect, heavenly, ethereal realm experts. When the two of them joined forces, they erupted with terrifying battle strength that could destroy heaven and earth. The originally indestructible War Sky Divine Array shook violently in an instant. It looked like it would collapse at any time. However, Qinyu, who was attacked from both inside and outside, did not change his expression. Chapter 789. Dragon Soul. Qinyu thought as he looked at Nangong Backing, who was attacking madly outside the Battle God Array. Reverse time, double space-time. Immediately, the dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal formed a seal with its hands and performed a divine ability. In an instant, the space outside the Battle God Array became distorted and blurred as if space was in turmoil. Secret spatial technique? Nangong Backing, who was attacking madly, sensed it immediately. Nangong Backing squinted his eyes and prepared to cast a secret technique to stabilize the void. However, a mysterious force suddenly surged out. This is the power of time, space-time divine ability. Nangong Backing's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated as if he had seen a ghost, because the flowing mysterious energy was shockingly the energy of time. Even though Nangong Backing's cultivation had reached the limit of the heavenly, ethereal stage, he still did not dare to touch the power of time. In the past, there was an ancient almighty in the void zone who could control the power of time. In a single night, he had caused an ancient divine clan to disappear from the world. That was because that ancient almighty had directly caused the time of the ancient divine race to pass by hundreds of millions of years overnight. Even heavenly ascension realm existences, who were strong enough to be titled as emperors, could not live for billions of years. Where did this person come from? Nangong Backing's face turned ugly. Gu Wuti was probably not useful now that he was entangled by the ancient divine ability. Now, the Battle God race had the upper hand. In a short period of time, another heavenly, ethereal stage existence had fallen. As for the heavenly gods who had formed the Battle God Array, more than 100 of them had died. The power of the 10 ancient divine battle spirits was too terrifying. Suppress. At this moment, Zhan Wuqiong had already fixed his eyes on Nangong Backing. He immediately brought the Battle God Seal with him and charged towards Nangong Backing. As promised, Qinyu had already entangled Gu Wuti, who was second only to Nangong Backing. Zhan Wuqiong naturally would not allow Nangong Backing to interfere with Qinyu. Sacred refining spirit art. Nangong Backing's face twitched as he exuded an earth-shaking qi. Like a god of death, he fought against Zhan Wuqiong head-on. Both of them were boiling with murderous intent. They attacked with all their might, wanting to kill each other. The heaven and earth yuan qi that was as vast as the sea filled the entire sky. It was like a 10,000-year-old volcano erupting, and it destroyed everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Even heavenly, ethereal realm cultivators did not dare to step into the area affected by the great battle. Nangong Backing's combat strength was indeed terrifying. This could be seen from the fact that he could fight against Zhan Wuqiong, who had the battle heavenly seal with his bare hands. However, Zhan Wuqiong's goal was not to kill Nangong Backing. As long as he could stall Nangong Backing, the 10 ancient battle spirits would be able to wipe out the upper echelons of the war god hull. At that time, Nangong Backing would not be able to do anything alone. Zhan Wuqiong and the other 10 fighting spirits would definitely be able to deal with Nangong Backing. Nangong Backing naturally knew that this was the reason why he had attacked Qinyu to save Gu Wuti. Unfortunately, Qinyu's strength surpassed Nangong Baking's imagination and caused his plan to fail. He could only look on helplessly as the core battle power of the war god temple fell one after another. Who are you? I have been in the void zone for so many years, but I have never heard of someone like you. In the battle heavenly divine formation, Guwudi, who had not taken Chinyu seriously, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with dread. This was because Guwudi had discovered that Chinyu had mastered the power of space-time. If Chinyu had only reached the complete heavenly ethereal realm with the help of the divine formation, Guwudi would not have been afraid at all. He had suppressed a complete heavenly ethereal realm cultivator before. However, if Guwudi had the battle strength of a complete heavenly ethereal realm expert and mastered the space-time mystique, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. After separating Guwudi with the space-time mystique, Chinyu was not in a hurry to attack. You are Zhan Wuji's disciple. Why did you betray the war tribe? Strictly speaking, the outcome of this battle was not very important. After all, the core forces of both sides were Zhan Wuqiong and Nangong Baking. Only Zhan Wuqiong and Nangong Baking's life and death would determine the direction of the battle. Therefore, Chinyu did not bother to fight Guwudi to the death. Guwudi's eyes flashed with a strange light. He sized up Chinyu and asked instead of answering, "You are not a member of the war tribe. Why did you get yourself involved in this trouble?" How should I put it? Because Zhan Wuji and the Yin-Yang god took care of me, I decided to help the war tribe. Chinyu said indifferently, "You have met Master and Martial Ancestor." Guwudi was stunned. Many people in the void domain knew Zhan Wuji's real name, but very few knew about the Yin-Yang god. Even back in the Palace of War, only Guwudi and his disciples knew about the Yin-Yang god. Apart from them, even the direct descendants of the war tribe had never met the Yin-Yang god. How did Chinyu know about his martial ancestor? Could it be that Chinyu had really been taken care of by Master and Martial Ancestor? Zhan Wuji and the Yin-Yang god did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to protect the void domain. They risked their lives to suppress the Sky Devils. However, as his disciples, not only did you fail to protect his descendants, you even took away their rightful position in the name of righteousness. Tell me, if Zhan Wuji were to find out about this, how would he feel? Chinyu said with a smile. His tone was filled with ridicule. The main reason the war tribe had fallen in recent years was that Zhan Wuji had used a forbidden art to deal with the Sky Devils, which had sealed their bloodline. This was also the reason why Zhan Wuji had left behind his bloodline and other legacies before he passed away. Guwudi's face twitched upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with guilt, regret, and other complicated emotions. He now believed that Qin, you might have met his master. After all the races in the void domain, including the war tribe, only knew that Zhan Wuji had suddenly disappeared. However, Guwudi and Nangong Baking knew that Zhan Wuji had led his disciples to fight the Sky Devils. Back then, they had only stayed because they were too weak. However, none of the senior brothers and sisters who had followed Zhan Wuji had returned. Since Chinyu knew about this, he must know the inside story. After a moment of silence, Guwudi said in a hoarse voice, "It has already happened. Do you still expect me to atone for my sins?" Although he had not slaughtered the war tribe during the Civil War, Nangong Baking had been able to divide the Palace of War because he had stood on Nangong Baiching's side. Thus, the blood grudge of the war clan's people was something he had to shoulder as well. There was no way he could escape responsibility. Since you chose to stand by and do nothing back then, I'll stand by and do nothing today. Take it as an eye for an eye. Of course, you can't leave before the battle outside ends. Chinyu looked at the war god temple and the war tribe that were fighting fiercely. His calm voice was filled with unquestionable confidence. Chapter 790. With the help of the heaven-battling divine array and the space-time mystique, Chinyu's battle strength was comparable to Guwudi's. It was impossible for Guwudi to break out of the divine array in a short period of time. In fact, If Qin Yu had truly wanted to kill Guwudi, whether or not Guwudi would be able to survive today was another matter altogether. Qin Yu had only used the heaven-battling divine array and the space-time mystique. He had not used any of his other trump cards yet. Guwudi looked solemn as he stared at Qin Yu. Judging from the current situation, Qin Yu was not exaggerating. With the space-time mystique and the heaven-battling divine array, even if Guwudi risked his life, he would not be able to break the array in a short period of time. Qin Yu looked at Guwudi, who was not moving, and then looked at the battle between Zhan Wuqiang and Guwudi. Although he and Guwudi were in the heaven-battling divine array and were very close to each other, the space between them was filled with space-time energy. As long as Guwudi made the slightest move, Qin Yu would be able to react in an instant and separate Guwudi. Guwudi seemed to be aware of his own situation and did not attack anymore. He looked at the battle outside. At this moment, the battle between the War Tribe and the War God Hall had reached its climax. All kinds of secret skills and killing moves filled the area. Heavenly origin energy was like a vast ocean. However, with the help of the 10 ancient war spirits, the War Tribe experts had gained the upper hand. 7 heavenly ethereal realm experts of the War God Hall had already fallen. The other heavenly gods had also suffered heavy losses. The smell of blood filled the air. Nangong Backing, who was fighting with Zhan Wuqiang, felt the continuous deaths of the War Tribe experts. His face turned pale and his heart bled. Those heavenly god realm and heavenly ethereal realm elders had been cultivated by him for hundreds of years. In the end, they were easily killed. Boom! After Nangong Backing and Zhan Wuqiang exchanged a blow in the air, they were both sent flying. The energy fluctuations on their bodies were chaotic, as if they had suffered a heavy backlash. Today, not a single one of you from the War Clan should think about leaving here alive. This time around, Nangong Backing did not take the initiative to rush out. After the previous battle, he could tell that it would be difficult for him to suppress Zhan Wuqiang, who had the heaven-battling seal. Because of that, an incomparably ruthless expression appeared in Nangong Backing's eyes. His hands began to form hand seals, and a special destructive ripple was emitted. They could faintly see strange dark runes appearing on Nangong Backing's skin, which spread across his entire body, causing his aura to change tremendously. What power is this? Zhan Wuqiang, who was about to take the opportunity to attack Nangong Backing, stopped abruptly. Nangong Backing's aura was too dangerous. Even with the heaven-battling seal, Zhan Wuqiang did not dare to act rashly. Is that the Sky Demon's aura? Qin Yu, who was holding Guwudi back within the heaven-battling divine matrix, was visibly moved. He could sense that the strange dark runes on Nangong Backing's body were the aura of the Sky Demon clan that he had sensed in the Holy World. Zhan Wuji and the Yin-Yang god had sacrificed their lives to suppress the invading Sky Demon clan. Zhan Wuji did not even have the chance to enter the reincarnation cycle. As Zhan Wuji's disciple, Nangong Backing was actually in cahoots with the Sky Demon clan? Demon chaos! Nangong Backing roared furiously as his body emitted millions of rays of dark light. It was filled with an evil aura, as if an ancient demon was about to be born. At that moment, the chaotic battlefield fell silent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they turned their heads to look at Nangong Backing. Even the 10 ancient war spirits stopped as they looked at Nangong Backing with eyes that flickered with spiritual light. Unparalleled battle aura surged out. Sizzle! Sizzle! A few War God Hall experts who were approaching Nangong Backing were directly crushed by the demon light. The terrifying aura was like the descent of an ancient demon god. Not good. Retreat. Zhan Wuqiang roared furiously as he sensed the terrifying demon light on Nangong Backing's body. He ordered the War Tribe members to retreat. What is that? The Temple Master is even killing his own people? Run. The Temple Master has not fully mastered this demon Dao secret skill. Once he gets involved, he will definitely die. The expressions of the War God Hall experts changed drastically. They could not care less about fighting with the war tribe members as they frantically retreated. They felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. The war tribe members also sensed the danger and quickly retreated from Nangong backing. Even so, many of them were pierced by the demon light and died. Patriarch, what kind of superpower is that? The war tribe heavenly ethereal realm experts gathered around Zhan Wuqiang and asked solemnly. They could sense an extremely terrifying destructive aura from Zhan Wuqiang's body. The destructive aura was so terrifying that it made their souls tremble. They could not bring themselves to fight. At this moment, even if they had the help of the 10 war spirits, they would not be able to defeat Nangong backing. This seems to be the demon Dao aura. Could it be that Nangong backing has entered the demon Dao? Zhan Wuqiang's face was solemn and he felt a sense of danger. I have already said that none of you will live today. Ancient demon boundary. Nangong backing, who was surrounded by eerie black Dao inscriptions, shouted as his eyes turned red. He looked ferociously at Zhan Wuqiang and the others. Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion sounded in the area. It was as if thunder had exploded. Immediately after, the war tribe and the war god hall members realized that the space within a 1,000-mile radius had become as clear as a mirror. Soon, some of them reacted and their faces changed drastically. That was because, at this moment, the entire region was sealed by an incomparably frightening spirit formation. Everyone was like a bird in a cage, completely trapped. Not only the martial artists of the 2 superpowers, but even the experts of the superpowers that were close to them were trapped in the boundary, and they could not escape. Demonic spirit. Immediately after, Nangong backing formed a seal with his hands and roared at the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens. One could clearly see the black Dao inscriptions on Nangong backing's body twisting crazily. Demonic qi surged out and surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, half of the area behind Nangong backing was covered by the black demonic qi. It covered the sky and covered the sun. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Amidst the demonic qi, there were howls and cries that made one's heart palpitate. One could vaguely see a huge and ferocious demonic spirit charging within the demonic qi. It was as if it wanted to break through the boundary between heaven and earth and rush out from another world. Whoosh! A figure flashed and Qin Yu appeared beside Zhan Wuqiang and the others from the space-time illusory world. Gu Wudi, who was trapped, was naturally freed as well. However, at this moment, Gu Luantian also noticed that something was wrong with Nangong backing. He did not take the opportunity to attack Qin Yu and the others. Instead, he focused on Nangong backing. He could no longer sense Nangong backing's aura from Nangong backing's body. Instead, it was replaced by a strange demonic qi that made his heart palpitate. He has refined the remnant soul of the sky demon race. Right now, he is communicating with the ancient demon power left behind by the sky demon race. Qin Yu had already noticed the change in Nangong backing and transmitted his voice to Zhan Wuqiang and the others. Remnant soul of the sky demon race? Ancient demon power? Although Zhan Wuqiang and the others had inherited the legacy of the old ancestor of the war race, they still did not know what the sky demon race was. Little friend, do you have any ideas? Of course, at this moment, they did not have the time to ask about the sky demon race in detail. Right now, they had to think of a way to kill Nangong backing. I will deal with those demonic spirits. You guys work together with the others to kill Nangong backing. Qin Yu said in a deep voice. Those demonic spirits were not easy to deal with. Even with the boost of the heavens battling god formation and the 9 esoteric battle dragon, it was still extremely dangerous. We have to be careful. Zhan Wuqiang nodded his head solemnly. He could also see that the demonic spirits behind Nangong backing were much more dangerous than Nangong backing himself. However, Qin Yu's background was mysterious. Since he had taken the initiative to fight, he should be able to deal with them. As long as they worked together with the 10 war spirits, they would be able to kill Nangong Backing. Kill! At this moment, Nangong Backing shouted. It was as if there was an earth-shattering battle cry from the surging demonic qi. Huge demonic spirits rushed out. Although those demonic spirits also gave off a strong aura of the sky demon race, they were different from the sky demon race that Qin Yu had seen before. Strictly speaking, these demonic spirits were the sky demon race that had died in the past. They had borrowed the power of the ancient demon to be reborn. Roar! Qin Yu leaped into the air and pounced forward. As he rushed out, a dragon roar resounded from his body, and a mighty dragon aura swept out. Numerous deep cyan-colored dragon scales appeared on Qin Yu's skin. Exquisite and beautiful dragon markings appeared on each of the dragon scales. They were sparkling and translucent. At this moment, Qin Yu's aura skyrocketed at an extremely shocking speed. Furthermore, during this sort of sudden increase in power, Qin Yu, who had dragon scales all over his body, had completely fused with the heaven-battling divine formation. Or it could be said that Qin Yu had directly devoured the heaven-battling divine formation and fused the two into one. The dragon race. Gu Wudi, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw Qin Yu's mighty dragon aura. The dragon race had been extinct in the void zone for countless years. He had not expected Qin Yu to be a member of the dragon race. No wonder his cultivation base was so weak, but his battle prowess was so terrifying. Rumble! While Gu Wudi and the others were still in shock, Qin Yu clashed with the ferocious demonic spirits head-on. The two of them exploded with destructive power, and more than half of the boundary space shook violently. Devour! Qin Yu struck out with his palm, and the heaven-devouring dragon seal turned into a pitch-black vortex that was dozens of meters wide. It was unfathomable and directly devoured a demonic spirit. When Nangong Backing saw Qin Yu's actions, a cold smile appeared on his face. You're courting death. Although those demonic spirits were not true heavenly demons, they contained the will of the heavenly demons. They could not be killed, nor could they be destroyed. Qin Yu wanted to use such a simple method to deal with the demonic spirits. That was a complete fool's dream. However, to Nangong Backing's surprise, the demonic spirit that was devoured actually disappeared into the vortex and did not appear again. What's going on? Nangong Backing's face stiffened and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Appear! At this moment, Qin Yu, who had just devoured a demonic spirit, formed a seal with his hands. Dragon Qi surged out of his body, and then several figures appeared. Those silhouettes were exactly the same as Qin Yu. They were practically carved from the same mold. There were several tens of them. It was the Dragon Qi derivation secret skill that Qin Yu had created. Swoosh! 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 After those figures appeared, they immediately rushed towards the demonic spirits. Under the control of Qin Yu's main body, the heaven-devouring dragon seal was continuously used. The demonic spirits that rushed out were devoured before they could even fight. Where did this person come from? Nangong Backing regained his senses, and a chilling, killing intent appeared in his eyes. One had to know that the demonic spirits that he had summoned were not any weaker than the 10 battle spirits of the war tribe. However, they were all devoured by Qin Yu in an instant. Such a method could be said to be extremely strange. Attack! At this moment, Zhan Wuqiong saw Qin Yu's strength and immediately shouted. He gathered the heavenly ethereal realm experts of the war tribe and the 10 battle spirits and charged towards Nangong Backing from all directions. Die! Nangong Backing no longer cared about Qin Yu. He opened his hands, and a long spear appeared in his left hand and a battle sword appeared in his right hand. Nangong Backing rushed out and waved his long spear and battle sword. Countless strange demonic runes formed and turned into sword qi that shot towards Zhan Wuqiong and and the others. In an instant, the two sides clashed, and a violent battle broke out once again. Although it was 1 against 10, Nangong Backing was not afraid at all. Compared to before, there was a huge difference between the current him and the previous him. The destructive and evil demonic light shot out in all directions and pierced through the void. It was so powerful that the heavenly ethereal realm elders of the war tribe could not withstand it. Luckily, the 10 battle spirits were assisting them. Otherwise, Zhan Wuqiang and the others would have been defeated long ago. As for Qin Yu's side, devil souls were continuously charging out from the surging devil qi. They were endless, as if there was no end to them. It's not that easy to deal with them. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, but he was not surprised. If the Sky Demon tribe could be dealt with so easily, Zhan Wuji and his disciples would not have lost their lives. Seeing that Nangong Backing was trapped by Zhan Wuqiang and the others, Qin Yu used his clones to resist the demonic spirits, while his body flashed and rushed into the demonic qi. The moment he rushed in, there were billions of screams and howls. It was as if he had fallen into the 9 Serenities hell. There were billions of evil spirits screaming, which made his hair stand on end. However, Qin Yu did not react in the slightest. That was because at this moment a layer of hazy pitch-black devil light was being emitted from his entire body. This was the power of the ancestor demon statue in Qin Yu's body. The demonic spirits that Qin Yu had devoured with the sky-devouring dragon seal had not been destroyed. Instead, he had transferred them into the ancestor demon statue. In front of the ancestor demon statue, those demonic spirits could not resist at all and were directly refined. It was a pity that the ancestor demon statue had been refined by the yin-yang divine sovereign and could no longer be activated by the ancient demon power. Otherwise, the demonic spirits and demonic qi would be a great supplement. After going deeper into the demonic qi, Qin Yu came to the core area where the demonic qi was gushing out. As for the demonic spirits that he encountered along the way, they were all devoured by Qin Yu. At the center of the area, an ancient door with an illusionary appearance could be seen floating in the air. Chapter 791. The surging demonic qi came from the door of the ancient realm. Qin Yu was no stranger to the door of the ancient realm. He had seen it that day in the secret realm. However, it had been summoned by the real heavenly demon clan, and its demonic qi had far surpassed the door of the ancient realm. Break! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu immediately summoned the ancestral devil statue and violently punched out. Immediately, the void boiled like water, and a vacuum passage dozens of feet wide appeared, extending all the way to the door of the ancient realm. There was a loud rumble, and then a violent shock wave swept out like a flash flood or a tsunami. The entire boundary space shook violently. The demonic souls in the surroundings were annihilated by the shock wave before they could even react. Then, with a soft crack, a clear crack appeared on the door of the ancient realm. Qin Yu focused his eyes and knew that his guess was right. This door of the ancient realm was far inferior to the one summoned by the real heavenly demon clan. Qin Yu did not stop and immediately continued to summon the ancestor demon statue to bombard the door of the ancient realm. In an instant, the void filled with demonic qi turned into a chaotic zone of destruction. All the demonic souls were annihilated and no one could step in. If not for the ancestor demon statue and the dragon soul's power of time and space, Qin Yu would not have been able to stay here. As the ancestor demon statue continued to bombard the door of the ancient realm, more and more cracks appeared. The void around the door of the ancient realm shook slightly, as if it would collapse at any moment. Is the door of the ancient realm about to be broken? At this moment, Nangong Backing, who had single-handedly fought Wu Qiang, the others, and the 10 ancient battle spirits, suddenly revealed a look of horror on his ferocious face. He could clearly sense that the source of the powerful power in his body, the ancient demon power, was becoming extremely unstable and was even gradually flowing away. Who was that person just now? Nangong Backing couldn't help but feel terrified. He hadn't paid much attention to Chinyu, because he had assumed that Chinyu would be torn to shreds by the devilish souls inside. But who would have thought that not only was Chinyu not torn to shreds, but his foundation was also endangered. Nangong Backing wanted to turn around and fight back, but Zhang Wuqiang and the others seemed to have noticed it. They quickly activated the 10 ancient battle spirits and surrounded Nangong Backing, preventing him from escaping. This caused Nangong Backing to become even more terrified. He roared again and again as his battle power soared to the heavens. However, he was still unable to escape from the predicament before him. If this continues, you won't be able to escape calamity. Leave it to me. But at this moment, an old and sinister voice suddenly sounded from within Nangong Backing's body. Nangong Backing still has a soul in his body? As expected, this power doesn't belong to Nangong Backing. Everyone be careful. That old and sinister voice was not concealed at all. Therefore, even Zhang Wuqiang and the rest could hear it clearly. This caused them to be extremely vigilant. Aren't you afraid that your identity will be exposed if you speak so openly? Nangong Backing's face darkened as he pondered over this. Once the ancient demon gate is destroyed, it will be difficult for me to survive. Since that's the case, what's the point of continuing to hide? Of course, if you let me take control of the body and kill all of these people, you won't have to worry about your identity being exposed. That old and sinister voice said. What a nice way to put it. Don't tell me that you want to use this opportunity to control me and turn me into a puppet? Nangong Backing coldly replied, as if he did not trust that old and sinister voice. If you don't trust me, then there's nothing I can do. At most, we'll die together. That old and sinister voice did not explain and said indifferently, Rumble. At this moment, another earth-shattering explosion sounded out from the chaotic, demonic aura. This time, as the explosion sounded out, the huge demonic souls that were just born within the demonic aura were completely shattered and could not be reborn. Even the demonic aura that was constantly surging was weakened by half. Do you really want to die like this? At this moment, even that old and sinister voice sounded somewhat anxious. I want everyone from the war tribe to be buried here. The corners of Nangong Backing's eyes twitched as a ruthless expression appeared in his eyes. Shortly after, he closed his eyes as the pitch-black ancient demonic runes on his body emitted a dazzling light. Don't worry, not a single person who knows of my existence will survive. That old and sinister voice became increasingly sinister, causing one's body to feel a chill. Stop him! Hearing Nangong Backing and that old and sinister voice's undisguised words, the expressions of Zhang Wuqiang and the others changed drastically as they immediately attacked with all their might. The 10 ancient battle spirits did not hesitate as they ignited their ancient source energies and charged towards Nangong Backing. Die! Just as all the attacks were about to reach Nangong Backing's body, he suddenly opened his eyes. His originally blood-red eyes had become pitch black, and the whites of his eyes were completely pitch black. They were like a bottomless vortex that could devour one's soul. With a furious roar, a pitch-black light wave swept out in all directions with Nangong Backing as the center. Wherever it passed, all the attacks that were sweeping towards him were annihilated. How could it be? Could it be that he has entered the heavenly palace realm? How could it be? Zhang Wuqiang and the others were shocked and could not hide their shock and fear. In the Void Zone, the Heavenly Palace realm was a supreme existence that was rarely seen in Shinran. For so many years, the Void Zone had been turbulent, the overlords had changed positions, and the great clans had been destroyed. However, the Heavenly Palace realm experts had never appeared. It was as if they had all been silent. Of course, all the forces in the Void Zone knew that there were Heavenly Palace realm experts hidden in the Void Zone. Once they appeared, the situation in the Void Zone would change. It was enough to show how terrifying the combat strength of a Heavenly Palace realm expert was. But now Nangong Backing, who seemed to be a different person, had the combat strength of a Heavenly Palace realm expert. He could fight against 10 of them alone, and with a roar he had shattered their attacks. Such terrifying strength was not something a heavenly, ethereal realm expert could do. Swoosh! 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 The 10 ancient fighting spirits seemed to have seen their mortal enemy. They were out of Zhan Wuqiong's control and rushed towards Nangong Backing crazily. Since you're already dead, why do you need to leave behind a remnant soul? Let me free you all. Zhan Wuqiong and the others did not know why the 10 ancient fighting spirits had gone berserk. However, Nangong Backing did not seem to be surprised at all. Instead, he smiled eerily. He took a step into the air and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared beside the ancient battle spirit like a ghost. His hands slashed out like 2 sharp blades, faintly tearing apart the void. Immediately, the ancient fighting spirit was shredded into pieces before it could react. It did not have the slightest resistance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. How could it be? Zhan Wuqiong and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. The combat strength of the ancient fighting spirit was enough to fight against a complete, heavenly, ethereal realm expert. However, it had been shredded into pieces by Nangong Backing, who had changed his personality. When they looked at Nangong Backing, they realized that his 10 fingers were surrounded by black Tao inscriptions. They were exuding an extremely destructive fluctuation that sent chills down their spines. What kind of power was that? Shush! While the people of the war tribe were still in shock, Nangong Backing flashed out again. Every time he flashed, an ancient fighting spirit would be killed. The ancient fighting spirits roared silently and their fighting spirit surged. However, they were still unable to stop Nangong Backing. In just a few breaths, all of them had been killed. After killing the 10 ancient fighting spirits, Nangong Backing's black eyes looked at Zhan Wuqiong and the others. His unfathomable black eyes were emotionless. Oh no! Retreat! Zhan Wuqiong felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He immediately shouted and retreated quickly. Poof! However, just as Zhan Wuqiong's voice fell, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. In an instant, Nangong Backing had disappeared, and the few grand elders of the war tribe who had gathered around Zhan Wuqiong were all killed. Zhan Wuqiong had barely escaped death with the help of the war sky seal. However, he had suffered a huge blow and was sent flying back with blood spurting out of his mouth. He has reached the heavenly ethereal realm. Zhan Wuqiong could not hide the shock in his eyes. He used the war sky seal to protect his body and quickly retreated. Clan leader, Grand Elder. When the people of the war tribe saw the injured Zhan Wuqiong and the Grand Elders that had been killed, they were furious and wanted to go over to help. Kill. However, when the people of the War God Hall saw that Nangong Backing had regained his consciousness and suddenly unleashed his power, they immediately charged towards the people of the war tribe to help Nangong Backing. Poof, 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 poof. However, no matter if it was the people of the war tribe or the War God Hall, when they came within a few hundred feet of Nangong Backing, they all exploded and turned into blood mist. Don't come over. Zhan Wuqiong was heartbroken. He immediately shouted and ordered the people of the war tribe to stay away. Even without Zhan Wuqiong's reminder, the people of the War God Hall and the people of the War God Hall were all scared out of their wits. They all retreated and did not dare to take even half a step closer. It has been a long time since I absorbed such living blood. At this moment, Nangong Backing did not chase after Zhan Wuqiong and the others. After all, this area was under his control, and no one would be able to escape. Nangong Backing opened his arms and closed his eyes. He had a look of enjoyment on his face as he crazily absorbed the blood mist around him. One could clearly feel that as he absorbed the blood mist, Nangong Backing's aura was increasing at a crazy speed. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded and a terrifying shockwave surged out. The demonic qi in the area where Qin Yu was standing was swept away. Qin Yu's figure gradually appeared. There was only one ancient door, which was covered in cracks and was about to shatter. In the end, with a loud explosion, the ancient door exploded and turned into specks of light that scattered in all directions. However, what was strange was that Nangong Backing, who seemed to be anxious about the ancient door, opened his eyes and looked at it quietly. Other than that, there was nothing strange about him. After destroying the ancient door, Qin Yu also felt Nangong Backing's strange gaze and looked over. Heavenly Demon Tribe? With just a glance, Qin Yu frowned. This was because Nangong Tianfeng gave him the feeling that he was facing a member of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Qin Yu felt that the sense of danger was extremely familiar. It was definitely the aura of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Has his body been taken over? Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and he quickly reacted. You have the blood of the human race and the dragon race in your body. But what makes me more curious is why you have the aura of our sacred clan. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then, Nangong Backing took a step forward and instantly appeared a few dozen feet away from Qin Yu. At this distance, Zhan Wuqiong and the others were frightened. With Nangong Backing's frightening and exceptional speed, Nangong Backing did not even need an instant to cross the several tens of feet distance between them and kill Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu was still standing in the same place after seeing Nangong Backing's speed. The frown on his face had returned to normal, and there was not the slightest change in his expression. I thought that all the heavenly demons who invaded the Void Zone had been killed. I didn't expect that there were still remnant souls left. Qin Yu said indifferently after hearing Nangong Backing's words. There was no fear on his face. So, you have seen other heavenly demons? You are making me more and more interested. Nangong Backing let out a sinister and strange laugh after he finished speaking. His figure swayed slightly before he directly disappeared. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the void in front of Qin Yu without any warning. A palm covered in strange black Dao patterns suddenly grabbed at Qin Yu. However, at the moment when Nangong Backing's palm that was emitting a destructive energy fluctuation was about to touch Qin Yu, the entire space surrounding Qin Yu started to lightly tremble. Immediately, Qin Yu saw that the palm that was surrounded by strange pitch-black Dao markings stopped at a distance only a few centimeters away from Qin Yu. It was unable to advance any further. No, to be precise, Qin Yu stood in the same place and did not move for a moment. However, Nangong Backing, who had attacked Qin Yu, was still rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. The two were only a few inches apart. One was motionless like a statue, while the other was rushing forward at lightning speed. What was strange was that Nangong Backing could not cross the distance of a few inches no matter what he did. It was as if there was a chasm between heaven and earth. The power of time? You have comprehended the power of time and space. From the outside, it was an extremely strange scene. However, Nangong Backing reacted immediately, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Such a profound and pure power of time and space. Could Qin Yu have already comprehended the rules of time and space? Otherwise, with his mere cultivation of the heavenly venerate realm, even with the help of external forces, it was impossible for him to possess such a mysterious and unfathomable power of time and space. Slash! At this moment, Qin Yu had already made his move. In the eyes of the crowd, Qin Yu had only used a simple chop of his hand to effortlessly chop down. However, in the eyes of Nangong Backing, who was close at hand, there were billions of blade lights that turned into a torrent of blade lights that would completely drown him. There was no way for him to escape. This was the power of time and space. Not only did it affect space, but it also greatly affected the flow of time. Divine Demon as one. At this critical moment, Nangong Backing's reaction was not slow at all. He immediately let out a low roar, and a strange black fog emerged from his body, forming a huge two-faced celestial demon Dharma idol. The celestial demon avatar and the millions of blade lights collided in an instant. That enormous and terrifying shockwave swept through the entire world. Many people with weaker cultivations were instantly smashed into pieces. In the next moment, an explosion rang out, and the huge god-demon figure exploded, turning into chaotic and destructive waves that spread out. It really is the power of the divine ancestor. Who are you? Nangong Backing was knocked back by the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Nangong Backing did not seem to notice that he was injured. He only looked at Qinyu in shock. Although the body he took over was injured, his demonic soul was unharmed. The dragon soul that was helping Qinyu with its space-time divine ability said solemnly, although the attack just now seemed to have injured Nangong Backing, it did not actually hurt the heavenly demon avatar that had taken over Nangong Backing's body. Now, we can only see if the immortal subduing palace and the immortal refining cauldron can suppress and refine him. Qin, you could naturally see that the heavenly demon avatar's soul was not injured. With a thought, Qin Yu summoned the immortal subduing palace and the immortal refining cauldron to his side. How did these two divine treasures end up in your hands? Nangong Backing was even more shocked when he saw the immortal subduing palace and the immortal refining cauldron appear around Qin Yu. Crack! Qin Yu ignored him and was about to summon the two divine treasures to suppress Nangong Backing. However, at this moment, a crisp tearing sound suddenly rang out in Qin Yu's ears. Then dazzling sunlight shone in. Qin Yu was startled and looked up. He saw a figure easily tear apart the ancient barrier that Nangong Backing had set up and descend from the sky. How is this possible? Nangong Backing hurriedly looked up as well. When he saw that person easily tear apart the barrier and descend, his pitch-black eyes could not help but shrink as he froze on the spot. The person who had arrived was a skinny old man with an ordinary appearance. He did not have the slightest bit of powerful aura on him, as if he was an old man who did not have long to live. However, no one present dared to underestimate the skinny old man. They had personally experienced how terrifying the barrier that Nangong Backing had set up was. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to break it. However, it was easily torn apart in the hands of the withered old man. How could someone with such strength be a nobody? A heavenly palace elite has appeared. At this moment, everyone who had witnessed the scene had the same thought. Perhaps only someone who had stepped into the heavenly palace realm could do it so easily. I did not expect that there would still be remnants of the heavenly demon avatar here. After the skinny old man descended, his starry eyes paused on Qin Yu for a moment before he looked at Nangong Backing and said faintly. Nangong Backing's face changed drastically when he heard the skinny old man's words. Although Qin Yu's methods had shocked him, that was all. However, this skinny old man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, made Nangong Backing feel endless fear in his heart. There is no doubt that the skinny old man who had suddenly appeared was definitely a supreme being. It was very likely that he was a supreme being who had stabilized the heavenly reaching Emperor realm. Run! Without any hesitation, Nangong Backing's body emitted millions of rays of black light, causing the void around him to shake violently. He was preparing to break through the void and escape. The heavenly demon avatar was known to be immortal and indestructible. Even if they had been suppressed for millions of years, they could not be erased. However, in front of a true heavenly reaching Emperor realm elite, he could not do anything at all. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the skinny old man suddenly struck out with his palm. As his palm struck out, the void trembled, and a tornado appeared out of nowhere. The tornado whistled past, instantly enveloping Nangong Backing. Then, as the tornado whistled past, it rapidly shrank until it finally condensed into ropes. The ropes seemed to have a mind of their own. Without waiting for orders, they bound Nangong Backing inch by inch, completely sealing him. No matter how Nangong Tianfeng struggled, or how he unsheathed his demonic soul, it was useless. This made Nangong Tianfeng even more terrified. In his eyes, the skinny old man was like the king of hell who controlled the book of life and death. So powerful. He can't be a heavenly reaching emperor realm existence, right? Qin Yu and the dragon's soul looked at the withered old man who managed to suppress Nangong Tianfeng with a casual wave of his hand. They were incomparably shocked and frightened. The skinny old man's aura was much more terrifying than Zhan Wuji and the Yin-Yang god's aura in the secret realm. Of course, Zhan Wuji and the Yin-Yang god were not at their peak, so it was impossible to know if the skinny old man's cultivation was stronger than Zhan Wuji and his disciples. However, there was one thing that was certain, and it was that the emaciated old man was definitely a supreme almighty. While he was shocked, Qin Yu also faintly sensed that the skinny old man's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had sensed it somewhere before. Chirp, chirp. While Qin Yu was pondering, a sharp and clear bird's cry suddenly sounded. Immortal Phoenix. Qin Yu quivered and suddenly reacted. He finally knew why the aura of this withered old man gave him a familiar feeling. The skinny old man was emitting the aura of the Immortal Phoenix tribe. However, the skinny old man's aura was extremely pure, so pure that it was completely different. Thus, Qin Yu did not immediately react. Chirp, chirp. As for the young Immortal Phoenix that had fallen into a deep slumber after refining the bloodline, it seemed to be extremely excited. It flapped its wings continuously, wanting to fly out from the divine dragon ancient seal. It is indeed here. At this moment, the skinny old man also sensed the fluctuation of the young Immortal Phoenix. His deep gaze once again landed on Qin Yu's body, and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, the skinny old man casually pointed. Nangong Backing, who was bound and sealed, did not even have the slightest reaction before his entire body exploded, and his soul was completely scattered. This scene caused the corners of everyone's eyes to twitch wildly and their hearts to turn cold. Nangong Tianfeng, who was so powerful, had actually been squashed like an ant. The skinny old man's strength was simply too terrifying. After eliminating Nangong Backing, the skinny old man took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Qin Yu. The space-time ability surrounding Qin Yu was completely ineffective against the skinny old man. The new book, I Have a Billion Fiend God Inheritances, has been released. Please support it. Chapter 792. The junior of the Immortal Phoenix tribe seems to have received a lot of care from you. The skinny old man was surrounded by the real rules of heaven and earth and ignored the dragon soul's space-time superpower. Senior, are you from the Immortal Phoenix tribe? Qin Yu and the dragon soul, who were extremely shocked, immediately reacted. The skinny old man's cultivation had definitely reached the heavenly completion realm, which was enough to be titled as an emperor. Moreover, he had come for the young Immortal Phoenix. No wonder the young Immortal Phoenix was so excited. Qin Yu did not hesitate. With an intention of his mind, the infant Immortal Phoenix was summoned. The excited young Immortal Phoenix landed on Qin Yu's shoulder and tilted its head slightly. Its bright eyes sized up the skinny old man, as if to confirm something. It is indeed the royal bloodline. This time, it was the skinny old man's turn to be excited. He could feel the strong bloodline pressure from the young Immortal Phoenix, and his entire body trembled slightly. Since the bloodline has reached the initial stage of atavism, then the natural enemies hidden in the 10 Directions' great world who covet the bloodline of the Immortal Phoenix tribe will definitely not be able to hold back. You should have sensed it too. Follow me back to the Immortal Phoenix ancestral land. With the skinny old man's cultivation, he could definitely take the young Immortal Phoenix away by force. However, at this time he had a questioning attitude towards the young Immortal Phoenix. Chirp, chirp. Hearing this, the young Immortal Phoenix turned its head to look at Qin Yu and let out a crisp chirp. I don't know what your natural enemies are, so I can't say for sure. Whether I can protect you or not, you can decide for yourself. Qin Yu and the young Immortal Phoenix had a contract, and their minds were connected. Hence, he understood what the young immortal phoenix meant. The young immortal phoenix looked at Chinyu with some reluctance. Then it nodded and flew to the skinny old man's head. Seeing this, the skinny old man's withered face broke into a smile. Rumble. At this time, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. A huge golden claw that was a few 100 feet in size grabbed at the young immortal phoenix. You come as you wish. Your dog's nose is really sharp. In that case, stay here. The originally smiling old man's eyes suddenly darkened and a cold light shot out from his body. He pointed at the air and a 5-colored divine light flashed. With a loud chi sound, the gigantic claw, which was several 100 feet in size, was directly penetrated by the 5-colored divine light. The spatial black hole also completely crumbled. Someone is coming from another region? Chinyu and the dragon soul's expressions turned solemn. Although the skinny old man was able to destroy the giant claw with a flick of his finger, it seemed like it was easy for him to do so. However, Chinyu and Yi Zichen could sense that the ferocious giant claw definitely had a strength close to the heavenly completion stage. Only now did they understand why the infant immortal phoenix had fallen into a deep slumber or stayed in the ancient seal of the dragon god ever since it left the seal of the heavenly domain. It seemed like the celestial phoenix baby had sensed something long ago. It's time to go. We'll meet again if fate wills it. The immortal phoenix old man waved his hand casually after destroying the ferocious giant claw with a single finger. Chirp, chirp. The immortal phoenix baby was reluctant to leave. It flew to Chinyu's side and intimately rubbed its head against Chinyu's face. After all, the immortal phoenix baby had been by Chinyu's side ever since it was born. Let's go. Chinyu smiled and patted the immortal phoenix baby, asking it to leave with the immortal phoenix old man. The immortal phoenix old man nodded at Chinyu. Then he rushed into the portal with the immortal phoenix baby and disappeared. Following the disappearance of the teleportation array, the enormous pitch-black hole in the sky also disappeared. Heaven and earth regained its stability. It's over. Looking at the gradually disappearing barrier, whether it was the people of the war tribe, the experts of the War God Hall, or the besieged forces, they all reacted. Some of the bolder ones immediately flew into the sky and left. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, the other experts reacted and quickly left. Only the people of the war tribe and the old members of the war tribe who had been summoned stayed where they were. We won. The elders of the war tribe looked at the experts of the War God Hall who had run away. After exchanging glances, they were overjoyed and cheered. Although Zhan Wuqiong and the other elders also smiled, there was not much joy on their faces. Although the immortal phoenix old man had appeared in this battle and killed Nangong Backing, the War God Hall had been disbanded. However, the 3 supreme elders of the war tribe had died, and the rest of the heavenly god realm elders had suffered great losses. Most importantly, the 10 ancient battle spirits in the war god seal had been lost. The strength of the war tribe could be said to have dropped several levels. Fortunately, Xian Danyang and the other old members of the War God Hall seemed to have been intimidated by Chinyu. Not many of them left. This also made Zhan Wuqiong feel slightly relieved. Perhaps he could use Chinyu's name to do something. After all, the immortal phoenix old man, who could tear heaven and earth apart with a wave of his hand, was at least at the peak of the heavenly palace stage. He might even be a heavenly ascension stage emperor. With Chinyu's connections, if their war clan was able to rope Chinyu in, then there would likely be no one in the entire void region that would dare to provoke them. With this thought, Zhan Wuqiong flew to Chinyu and told him his purpose. Chinyu did not refuse Zhan Wuqiong's offer to be an elder consultant of the war tribe. It would not cause him any loss. What Chinyu cared about was the dragon's tomb that Zhan Wuqiong had seen. With Chinyu's participation, Xian Danyang and the others also swore allegiance to the war tribe. With this, the situation was set. Like tornadoes, The aftermath of the battle swept across the entire Void domain at lightning speed. The news of Nangong Baking's demonization and the immortal phoenix Old Man's appearance shook the entire Void zone. After all, it had been many years since a Heavenly Palace stage expert or a Heavenly Ascension stage emperor had appeared in the Void zone. Because of this battle, the War Tribe had replaced the War God Temple as the overlord of the Void zone. Even though the survivors of the War God Temple were still lurking in the dark, no one dared to provoke the War Tribe. 3 days later, after Zhan Wuqiong settled the affairs of the War Tribe, he took Qin Yu to the land of the fallen gods. The land of the fallen gods was a desolate land in the northern part of the Void Zone. It was said that ancient gods had fought here in the past, which had turned the land hundreds of millions of kilometers around into ruins. No one had survived. This was because the air here was filled with a strong, murderous aura. It was the immortal Tao of slaughter left behind by the supreme experts of the past. Even heavenly ethereal stage experts could be killed if they were careless. There are indeed dragon auras here. Qin Yu and the dragon soul's expressions flickered as soon as they stepped into the land of the fallen gods. They could sense the dragon auras without using any secret magics. However, the dragon auras were very vague. They could sense them, but they could not pinpoint their exact location. It was very mysterious. Chapter 793. It's strange. Could there be a double secret realm here? Qin Yu and the dragon soul searched the land of the fallen gods carefully before reuniting. There are indeed weak spatial fluctuations, but it's hard to find the source. The dragon soul was now more familiar with space-time superpower, but it still could not find the source. Qin Yu pondered. Zhan Wuqiong had left, and they had been searching the land of the fallen gods for a few days. Since they could not find the dragon's tomb, there was no need to stay here. Let's go back to the fire domain first. The dragon soul sensed that Qin Yu had the intention to leave. Yes, there's no need to waste time here. Let's go to the fire domain to find the Fire Emperor's inheritance, and then snatch the anciently fire dragon from the Fire God Palace. Qin Yu nodded. The two immediately left. Half a month later, Qin Yu and the dragon soul left the Void domain and used the yin-yang escape to quietly return to the Flame Realm. At the Fire God Palace, the overlord of the fire domain, roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. Lava boiled in the vast sea of fire, creating waves of fire that were tens of thousands of feet high. A ferocious dragon shadow could be seen rolling in the waves of fire, giving off a violent and ferocious aura. What's going on? Why is the anciently fire dragon so angry? Shui Yu, who was wearing armor and looking mighty in the Fire God Palace, sensed the anciently fire dragon's anger and could not help but stand up and mumble to himself. Since the two thieves had stolen a lot of Dragon Clan's blood essence, the anciently fire dragon's cultivation had weakened significantly. More importantly, it had lost its natural superpower. Even the ancestral patriarch did not know the reason for it. During this period, the ancient leaf fire dragon had been recuperating in the Sea of Fire. Why was it so angry today? Puzzled, Shui Yu immediately flew up and headed towards the Sea of Fire. When he arrived at the Sea of Fire, there were already many Fire God Palace experts gathered there. The fire boundary above the Sea of Fire had already been opened, and it blocked the anciently fire dragon, which was about to break through the air and escape. What's going on? When Shui Yu arrived, he frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the anciently fire dragon that was emitting a berserk aura. Could it be that someone was trying to take advantage of the anciently fire dragon? Vice Palace Master, we don't know what's going on either. The anciently fire dragon suddenly flew into a rage and burned down several elders. It seems like it's going to charge out. An elder of the Fire God Palace, who was sweating profusely, quickly replied. Shui Yu's frown deepened. He took a step forward and appeared in midair. Opening his right hand, countless ancient raging flame runes spread out and turned into a giant flame net, suppressing the raging ancient leaf fire dragon. Even before the ancient leaf fire dragon's blood essence was taken away, it was only at the heavenly god realm. However, Shuayu had already stepped into the heavenly empty realm. The moment he made his move, he immediately suppressed the berserk ancient leaf fire dragon. However, the huge dragon eyes of the ancient leaf fire dragon still contained an incomparably wild and violent fury. Shuayu felt a headache coming on. With the disappearance of its natural superpower, the ancient leaf fire dragon could no longer speak. It was extremely troublesome to communicate with it now. At that moment, a flame suddenly flew out from the depths of the fire god palace and landed in front of Shuayu. Old ancestor. Shuayu was shocked. Even the old ancestor was alerted. He did not hesitate and immediately looked at the flame. When he saw the message contained in the flame, Shuayu's eyes were filled with a bone-chilling killing intent, and a violent aura surrounded him. They dared to come back to the fire domain. The message in the flame was the reason why the ancient leaf fire dragon had gone berserk. The ancient leaf fire dragon had sensed that Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang, who had taken away its origin blood essence, had appeared in the fire domain again. Last time, you were lucky to escape. This time, I won't give you another chance. Immediately, Shuayu's expression turned cold as he flew toward the main hall of the fire god palace. Not long later, the fire god palace resounded with the ringing of a bell. The experts of the fire god palace were shocked and immediately gathered around it. Then a series of secret messages were sent out from the fire god palace and disappeared all over the fire domain. In the west of the fire domain, in front of a barren mountain range, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul flew through the air and carefully searched the barren mountain range. Back then, the fire river of the fire spirit tribe had shown them a map of this place. Although the map had disappeared after 49 days, Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang's cultivation level had left a deep impression on them. However, after searching the mountain range for a few rounds, they did not see the divine tower that contained the Fire Emperor's inheritance. Could we have found the wrong place? The dragon's soul looked at Qin Yu. He had even used his space-time superpower, but he did not find anything. It should be here. Qin Yu sensed the faint flame mark in his dantian. It should not be here. It seemed like there was a secret in this place. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul moved slightly and immediately hid. It didn't take long for several figures to shoot over from the distant horizon. Those people were all wearing sky-blue robes with a symbol of a cold sword on their backs. Obviously, they were from the same force. However, what caught Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang's attention was that these people's cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. The one-eyed man in the lead was even at the heavenly ethereal realm. Such a force was definitely an overlord force in the fire domain. With so many experts gathered, Qin Yu and Jian Wushuang were even more certain that the Fire Emperor's inheritance was most likely here. After those people arrived, they immediately separated into 3 groups and set up the 7-star ancient array. Then a strange scene appeared. After ripples appeared in the sky, the color of the entire sky gradually faded, revealing a brand new mountain range. In the mountain range, there was pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth surging. It was like a paradise on earth. It was a completely different scene from the barren mountain range before. That's the ancient divine array, the sky covering sun-changing formation. Qin Yu immediately recognized it. No wonder they couldn't find it. Originally, it was those people who used the sky-covering, sun-changing formation to completely change the appearance of the entire mountain range. After realizing this, Qin Yu did not continue to hide. He took out the yin-yang escape talisman and hid in the void, sneaking into the ancient array. After entering the sky-covering, sun-changing formation, Qin Yu glanced at the mountain range and saw the divine tower floating in the air. The divine tower was at least 1,000 feet tall and towered into the clouds. It was surrounded by flaming divine runes and emitted an endless emperor's aura. It was like a supreme ancient emperor looking down on the heavens. After seeing the divine tower, Qin Yu's eyes shone brightly. Sure enough, the Fire Emperor's inheritance was here. Of course, looking at those people in sky-blue robes, it was obvious that they had discovered the divine tower long ago. He just didn't know if they had obtained the Fire Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 794. When Qin Yu and the dragon's soul sneaked into the sky, shrouding sun-changing formation, and looked at the divine pagoda. Outside the divine pagoda, 20 to 30 figures with shocking auras were carefully setting up the formation. The three people in the lead were a one-eyed man, an old man, and a young man. The one-eyed man was in the middle position and was obviously the leader of the three. The old man looked wrinkled and lethargic. There was no sign of life in him at all, as if he could die at any moment. The young man was too young, and his face was red and full of vitality. When the two stood together, it gave people a strong sense of contradiction. It looks like we'll be able to completely break the restriction of the divine pagoda in half a year. The wrinkled and lethargic Gu Tian looked at the progress of breaking the restriction with a smile on his face. His turbid eyes were also filled with excitement. After all, they were breaking a treasure land that contained the inheritance of the great emperor of Ancient. If this news were to spread, the entire fire domain would be shocked. I don't know what happened to the Fire God Palace in the past few days. They sent out countless experts to scout around the fire domain. We have to hurry up just in case. The young man, Zhu Guxiao, frowned. These days, the Fire God Palace's movements made him feel uneasy. According to the Fire God Palace's speed, it was very likely that they would discover their movements. Even if we want to be fast, there's no other way. The inheritance of the Ice Sword sect is in conflict with the flame restriction of the divine pagoda. Gu Tian smiled bitterly. They also wanted to break the restriction as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected changes. However, the restriction left behind by the great Emperor of Ancient could be triggered with the slightest carelessness. They had to be careful. At this moment, the one-eyed man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly exclaimed, "Eldest senior brother, what's wrong?" Zhu Guxiao and Gu Tian both looked at the master of the Ice Sword sect, Tang Jingwu, who was also their senior brother. The restriction of the divine pagoda seems to be a little different. Tang Jingwu looked over and carefully sensed it. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the ancient restriction in the divine pagoda suddenly trembled. Soon after, countless ancient flame runes emerged from the divine tower. A vast and boundless emperor aura swept out, shaking everything within a radius of millions of miles. Even the primordial divine array could not conceal it. What happened? The restriction was triggered? Tang Jingwu, Gu Tiancan, and Zhu Guxiao's expressions changed drastically. They immediately stepped forward. Sect Master, we didn't trigger the restriction. What should we do? Should we evacuate first? The experts of the Ice Sword sect all gathered together, looking at the divine pagoda surrounded by fiery runes, cautiously guarding against it. The restriction ancient runes left behind by the primeval emperors. If something went wrong, they would all be buried here. We didn't trigger it? Could it be? When Tang Jingwu and the other two heard this, they looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. It couldn't be that someone had snuck in, right? Rumble. Almost in the next instant, 100-meter-tall pillar of flame shot up into the sky from the top of the divine tower. The sky-shrouding sun-changing formation was directly destroyed, and the pillar of flame shot up into the sky, shaking the thousands of races in the fire domain. A figure rushed out from the top of the divine pagoda, where flames were soaring into the sky. It was Qin Yu, who had tried to sneak into the divine tower with the yin-yang escape talisman. Qin Yu, whose blood and qi were boiling from the impact of the huge pillar of flame, couldn't help but grin. If it weren't for the fact that he had a lot of trump cards, he would have died the moment he was hit, as expected of the inheritance of the Fire Emperor. The slightest carelessness would have killed him. "Who is that?" When the people of the Ice Sword sect saw Qin Yu appear, they were all startled. They couldn't react in time. As expected, someone has snuck in. Damn it! How dare you ruin the plan of the Ice Sword sect? Tang Jingwu, Zhu Guxiao, and Gu Tiansan's expressions were dark, and their eyes were cold. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the slightest hesitation, the three of them immediately rushed out, and a bone-chilling sword qi swept out. That terrifying sword qi also contained endless cold qi that was enough to freeze the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As the three of them rushed out, the air in this area was faintly frozen. The experts of the Ice Sword sect finally reacted, and their killing intent surged as they madly rushed out. They had painstakingly prepared for so many years, and were about to succeed, but in the end it was ruined halfway. How could they not be angry? An early heavenly ethereal stage, and 2 peak heavenly gods. Qin Yu, who was thinking about how to sneak in again, sensed the cold sword qi rapidly approaching, and turned his head to look. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was still only at the heavenly venerate stage, he, who had experienced the void domain battle, wasn't very interested in Tang Jingwu and the other 2 who were rushing over murderously. Dragon soul, Qin Yu muttered in his heart. Immediately, with Qin Yu as the center, waves started to appear in the void. Layers upon layers of spatial energy started to spread out. Tang Jingwu and the other 2's ice sword Dao secret magics were annihilated before they could even get close to Qin Yu. They didn't cause the slightest injury to Qin Yu. Spatial magics? No, it seems to be able to affect time. This guy has mastered the power of time and space. Tang Jingwu and the other 2 were greatly shocked. They didn't underestimate Qin Yu because of his heavenly venerate stage cultivation base, and immediately attacked with their secret magics. Formless sword Dao, blue sparrow soars, ice seals the 9 heavens. This time, they were clearly really angry. Their incomparably violent ice sword Dao whistled and swept out with terrifying might, as if 3 ancient gods of death had come to the world. Heaven battling divine formation. Qin Yu was indifferent. He had the confidence to be indifferent. With a thought, an ancient and mysterious grand formation immediately spread out in the sky. It was the Battle Tribe's clan protection grand formation that he had brought with him. After the battle at the Battle God Temple, no one in the Void Zone dared to cause trouble for the Battle Tribe. Thus, Qin Yu decided to borrow this ancient formation array. After all, Qin Yu was going to deal with the Fire God Palace, the overlord of the Void Zone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After the heaven-battling divine formation appeared, it released billions of rays of divine battle intent, which directly shattered Tang Jingwu and the other 2's attacks. What kind of formation is this? Such powerful battle intent. It contains the immortal aura of a martial emperor. Could this also be an ancient killing formation refined by a great emperor? The Tang Jingwu trio who were charging over could feel an extremely powerful fighting intent pressing down on them. It was as though even the entire world was being suppressed. This caused the expressions of the 3 of them to become extremely serious. Dragon god dominating body, ancient spirit of the god of battle, appear. Glancing at Tang Jingwu and the other 2 who had joined forces and assumed defensive postures, Qin Yu's hands formed a seal. The ancient spirit of the god of battle in the heaven-battling divine formation was immediately awakened and strengthened by him, emitting boundless divine power. What kind of secret technique is this? The expressions of Tang Jingwu and the other 2, who were wearing grave expressions, suddenly changed. They couldn't imagine what kind of supreme secret technique could allow a heavenly venerate to instantly raise his cultivation to the heavenly ethereal realm. Chaotic Dragon Spear kill! Qin Yu yelled. The chaotic dragon spear covered in chaotic qi shook the void and turned into a ray of chaotic divine light, shooting across the sky at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound was heard. Tang Jingwu and the other 2 were severely injured and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Qin Yu's spear not only contained the power of the ancient spirit of the god of battle, but also the chaotic killing technique of the primal chaos ancestor dragon. The power of the two was destructive. Secret technique, space splitting. The dragon's soul wasn't just watching a show. As it executed the secret technique of time and space, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around Zhu Guxiao and Gu Tianqin, who were severely injured. Before the two of them could react, they were torn apart by the pitch-black spatial cracks. Tang Jingwu had luckily escaped with his powerful strength, but he was also severely injured. Chapter 795. Secret Space-Time Technique? This person is invincible. I have to run. Tang Jingwu, whose face was pale and his breathing chaotic, was terrified. Without thinking, he immediately broke through the void and fled. A mere heavenly venerable realm cultivator was able to unleash the power of a heavenly ethereal realm expert and master the secret space-time technique. No matter how one looked at it, he didn't seem like a normal person. Could it be that Qin Yu was the reincarnation of an old monster? Sect Master, why are you still standing there? Run. Seeing that even Tang Jingwu had died in such a miserable state, the experts from the Ice Sword sect, who had arrived with a murderous aura, naturally did not dare to stay any longer as they scattered and fled in all directions. Killing two peak heavenly gods in one move and frightening a heavenly ethereal realm expert. They would only be seeking their own deaths if they rushed forward. However, Qin Yu did not chase after them, those people from the Ice Sword sect. He once again raised his head and looked at the raging flames divine pagoda that was filled with divine flames. With such a big commotion, there was no doubt that all the major forces in the fire field would be alerted. He had to enter the divine tower before those big forces arrived. Otherwise, when the big forces of the fire field arrived, it wouldn't be so easy for him to get his hands on it. Thinking of this, Qin Yu flew into the sky and appeared at the top of the divine tower, approaching the towering pillar of fire. You want to barge in through the pillar of fire? The dragon's soul appeared and looked at the pillar of fire. From the pillar of fire, he felt an extremely destructive power. If he barged in directly, his life would be in danger. If Qin Yu hadn't reacted quickly, he wouldn't have been simply blown away by the pillar of fire. The restriction array at the entrance of the divine tower is a bit strange. Even the yin-yang escape talisman can't enter. It should require a special secret technique. If I want to enter directly, this is the only way. Qin Yu naturally knew that sneaking in through the pillar of fire from the top of the tower was extremely dangerous, but he didn't have a better way now. Thinking of this, Qin Yu used the green dragon battle the heavens and entered the dragon god tyrant body. The dragon soul used the space-time ability to affect the space around Qin Yu. Plop! After finishing his preparations, Qin Yu's figure flashed and entered the pillar of flame. The fire power contained in that flaming light pillar was indeed extremely terrifying. Even though Qin Yu was fully equipped, he still felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to combust. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And just as Qin Yu was about to be unable to bear the destructive power of the fire, the faint flame mark in his dantian suddenly trembled. Immediately after, Qin Yu felt a trace of a special aura spread out from within his body and seeped into his limbs and bones. You want to control me? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Strands of special soul power surged out from the flame imprint, as if it wanted to control him. Qin Yu was no stranger to that special soul power. It was Hui Jiang who had told him the location of the Fire Emperor's inheritance and helped him refine the vast sky divine flame. It seemed that Hui Jiang of the Fire Spirit tribe did not have good intentions. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a cold smile. He was not a little brat who did not know anything. Back when he was refining the vast sky divine flame, he had already left a trick up his sleeve. When the wisps of smoke-like soul power seeped into his sea of soul, a vast and boundless immortal pressure suddenly descended. Stop! Accompanied by a miserable cry, the soul power that seeped into his sea of soul immediately melted like snow in spring quickly disappearing. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He had the war dragon coil, the immortal refining cauldron, the immortal slaying painting, the immortal subduing palace, and other immortal treasures. A mere remnant soul dared to possess him. It was tired of living. After destroying the wisps of remnant soul, Qin Yu clearly felt that the destructive power contained in the pillar of flame seemed to be less unbearable. Qin Yu could feel that the faint flame mark exuded a special aura fluctuation, which seemed to be able to suppress the destructive power in the pillar of flame. This made Qin Yu's face brighten up. He immediately seized the opportunity and quickly sneaked into the divine tower. Rumble, when Qin Yu followed the pillar of flame and sneaked into the divine tower, the void in the distance shook. A black chariot, pulled by a three-headed blood dragon, flew through the air, exuding a vast and mighty aura. Obviously, it had a great background. However, when it was about 100 feet away from the divine tower, the three-headed blood dragon trembled in fear and did not dare to take another step forward. It's the Emperor pressure. Could it be that the ancient Emperor's fortune is hidden in this place? No, I have been here before. It was not like this at all, and there was no divine tower. It seems that there is a great secret hidden in this place. Let's go down and have a look. Figures with astonishing auras appeared in the chariot and looked at the divine tower in shock. The vast and boundless Emperor pressure was definitely the supreme Emperor pressure of the ancient Emperor. When they thought that there might be the ancient Emperor's fortune, they were extremely excited and immediately flew over. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, another major force flew over. When they saw that someone was approaching, they immediately flew over as they were afraid that someone would take the initiative. After that, the major forces that were closer to the divine tower gathered, and the scene was lively. Of course, when they arrived, they were all trapped by the restrictions of the divine tower. When their attacks were ineffective, they immediately went to ask for help from the array masters of the fire domain. Boom! Around half an hour later, a blazing flame tore through the sky like a meteor. Its speed was incredibly fast. That is, the Fire God Palace. The major forces of the fire domain that were working together to break through the restrictions of the divine tower's entrance were shocked when they felt the terrifying heat wave that was as hot as the sun. When they saw the sign of the people who had arrived, their faces changed drastically. The people who had arrived were the experts of the Fire God Palace. The leader was the palace master of the Fire God Palace, Duan Chihua. Beside Duan Chihua was the deputy palace master, Shuiyu. One was very likely to be the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Even the Fire God Palace was extremely tempted. It is indeed the Emperor pressure. When they felt the vast Emperor pressure from the divine tower, Duan Chihua and Shuiyu's faces lit up. They immediately led the experts of the Fire God Palace over. In front of the inheritance of the ancient emperor, tracking down Qin Yu and Duan Chihua was insignificant. Palace Master Duan, Deputy Palace Master Shui, the major forces of the fire domain nodded. Sect Masterly, Sect Master Zhou, Master Wu, Duan Chihua, who had reached the heavenly ethereal realm and had become the palace master of the Fire God Palace, also smiled and greeted the major forces around him. However, in reality, the major forces present all knew that he was a smiling tiger. He was smiling on the surface, but he was merciless behind the scenes. Ever since the Fire God Palace's patriarch had gone into seclusion and Duan Chihua had taken charge of the Fire God Palace, the Fire God Palace had massacred countless clans and sects. Chapter 796. What's wrong? Could it be that you can't enter the godly tower? Duan Chihua walked to the front of the godly tower and looked at the array masters who were trying their best to break the restrictions. Palace Master Duan, you've come at the right time. You're also an array master. Take a look and see if the restrictions on the godly tower are the legendary Emperor runes. One of the array masters clasped his fists at Duan Chihua. To be honest, I've never seen a real Emperor rune before. Duan Chihua smiled and walked up to take a closer look. After all, the last ancient emperor realm expert in the fire domain had been tens of thousands of years ago. After looking for a while, Duan Chihua's smile faded and his gaze turned serious. The stronger one's attainments in the Tao of formations were, the more profound the restriction at the entrance of the divine tower was. Most importantly, one needed to have a high attainment in array Tao and a strong cultivation to break the restrictions. One had to be stronger than the heavenly ethereal realm. This made Duan Chihua's expression turn serious, but his heart was filled with joy. It was very likely that such a profound formation was a true emperor rune. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had sneaked into the godly tower along the fire pillar, finally entered the godly tower. The first thing that entered his eyes was a giant flaming figure that was at least 1,000 feet tall. It emitted a vast aura, and beside the flaming figure were raging flames. A supreme divine aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths was constantly emitted, causing one's heart to tremble. Fire Emperor Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul did not react to the Emperor aura, or rather, they were not affected at all. After all, they had seen existences of a higher level. Whether it was Zhan Wuji of the war tribe, the Yin god, or the ancestor demon statue, none of them were weaker than the Tao fire. Not to mention the supreme inheritance that Qin Yu had obtained, the inheritance left behind by the war dragon Immortal King. Finally, someone's here. As Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul sneaked in, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. This figure was Qin Yu and his soul. His expression suddenly froze, and he immediately became vigilant. However, he did not discover where the ancient voice came from. Knowledge was knowledge, but if they were facing a true sovereign spirit of the reaching heaven realm, they still had to be vigilant. In the current fire domain, the patriarch of the fire god palace, who dominated the fire domain, was only at the exceptional heavenly ethereal realm. At most, he was half a step into the heavenly palace realm. He definitely had not entered the heavenly palace realm. Otherwise, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of the fire god palace's old ancestor. And between the heavenly ethereal realm and the heavenly connecting emperor realm, there was still the heavenly palace realm. Heaven void realm, heaven palace realm, heaven connecting realm. These 3 great realms. Every small realm difference would result in a huge difference in strength. Therefore, even if it was just a sovereign spirit of the ancient emperor of Tongtian, it was enough to crush heavenly ethereal stage and even heavenly palace stage. Of course, the exact strength would depend on how much power that martial monarch's spirit still possessed. Hey, you guys aren't from the Dragon Clan. Why do you have the dragon bloodline and dragon soul? That ancient voice sounded again, and a figure slowly appeared from within the giant flame silhouette. It was a middle-aged man wearing linen clothes. He didn't look very impressive, but his eyes were extremely terrifying. They seemed to contain endless changes of stars, as if the heavens were being born and destroyed. It made people sink into them with just a glance. Senior Fire Emperor. Seeing that the Emperor's spirit didn't seem to have any evil intentions, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul looked at each other and bowed. Not only do you have the dragon bloodline, but you also have immortal qi fluctuations. It seems like you guys are people with great luck. The more the Fire Emperor's spirit looked at Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, the more surprised he was. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were even more shocked. The Fire Emperor's spirit's gaze seemed to be penetrating and could see through all their secrets. The heavens really don't open their eyes. It took so long for a successor to pass the restriction test. After looking at Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, the Fire Emperor's spirit let out a deep sigh. His voice was filled with unconcealable regret. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. The 2 of them didn't enter through the restriction at the entrance. This godly flame pillar is also one of the tests, but the method is different. The entrance can only be triggered by fate, while the godly flame pillar depends on one's talent and strength. The Fire Emperor's spirit saw through Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's thoughts and said directly, "Does that mean that we can obtain Senior's inheritance now?" Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Of course. Those who obtain my inheritance are considered my disciples. But I'm already dead and my soul is about to dissipate. This rule is useless. I only hope that you can pass the monarch battlefield in the future." The Fire Emperor's spirit nodded and said, "Monarch battlefield? What's that place?" Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul asked when they heard this. "At the end of the 10 Directions world is the monarch battlefield. Only those who pass the monarch battlefield can ignite the godly flame and step into a higher level of the divine path." The Fire Emperor's spirit said, "Back then I was severely injured in the monarch battlefield. In the end, I had to pass away and let my main soul enter the 6 paths in hopes of reincarnation. Ignite the godly flame? Step into the immortal realm? What's going on? Isn't the ancient god realm a separate martial path?" Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were shocked. They had always thought that the ancient god realm wasn't part of the martial path system. It was a path created by the person who had no hope of becoming an immortal. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Of course, more importantly, the monarch battlefield was extremely dangerous to be able to injure the heavenly ancient emperor to the point of passing away. There was actually such a dangerous place in the 10 Directions world. This had also surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. His spirit body seems to have been born with your origin, source, soul force. Therefore, I will pass my inheritance to you, and you will both benefit from it. If one day you can ignite the godly flame in the monarch battlefield, I hope you can find a suitable person to pass on my inheritance." As the Fire Emperor's spirit finished speaking, spots of flame light appeared on his body. The flame light surged into Qin Yu's body, causing Qin Yu's entire body to be covered in a layer of hazy flame light. At the same time, the Dragon Soul's body trembled slightly as fire runes spread out from its body. Both of them were immersed in a mysterious state. The Tao of heaven and earth was incomparably clear. Sky Saint Realm, Sky God Realm, Sky Ethereal Realm, Sky Palace Realm, Sky Ascension Realm. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul had yet to enter the martial path. The mysteries of the martial path were broken down by a mysterious method and appeared in their minds very easily. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul immediately understood. The inheritance of the Fire Emperor's spirit, in addition to the Fire Tao's origin, source, secret technique, was his comprehension of the martial path. All of it was clearly transmitted into their minds. Although this would not allow their cultivations to directly reach a higher level, it would allow their future martial path to be smooth sailing. Boom! After about half an hour, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul retreated from the mysterious state. There was also an incomparably powerful aura that swept out from their bodies. Their cultivation had officially entered the Sky Saint Realm. Chapter 797. Rumble. When Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul obtained the Fire Emperor's inheritance and entered the Sky Saint Realm, the originally indestructible barrier at the entrance of the Divine Tower suddenly exploded. Powerful shockwaves swept out, forcing everyone to take a step back. Their faces were filled with shock. The barrier broke on its own? Could it be? Duan Qihua, who was thinking of ways to break the barrier, was shocked and quickly retreated. The barrier of the Divine Tower was definitely left behind by a sky-piercing Emperor Realm elite. Even with his array skills, he couldn't do anything about it. But now, the indestructible ancient barrier had broken. This made Duan Qihua think of a possibility. Let's go. Of course, some things had to be seen with their own eyes. Duan Qihua immediately rushed into the Divine Tower, followed by Xianyu and the other Fire God Palace elites. The other experts of the fire field who had gathered naturally would not miss this opportunity. They swarmed over as well. The fortune this time is really not small. In the center of the Divine Tower, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, who had regained their senses, let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes were clear and bright. They were clear about their future martial realms. From now on, there would be no obstacles on their path of cultivation. They could go all the way in one go. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. The ancient door in the center of the divine tower was forcefully blasted open. Figures with powerful auras rushed in. The person in the lead was naturally the palace master of the fire god palace, Duan Chihua. Behind him was the vice palace master Shuiyu and the other elders of the fire god palace. Behind them were the various factions of the fire domain. Someone has beaten us to it. Duan Chihua, who had previously guessed, looked at Qinyu and the dragon's soul with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. He could feel that the fluctuations coming from Qinyu and the dragon's soul were very similar to the flames in the divine tower. They obviously came from the same source. Now, the great emperor's inheritance in the divine tower had been obtained by Qinyu and the dragon's soul. It's you? Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. I've been looking for you everywhere. But it turns out that you're here. Behind Duan Chihua. Xian Yu's pupils shrank. He was extremely familiar with Qin Yu's appearance, and that aura was something that he would never forget. If it wasn't for Qin Yu, the anciently fire dragon cultivated by the fire god palace wouldn't have gone berserk. And from the looks of it, it was very likely that the inheritance of the great emperor had already been obtained by Qin Yu. This caused the killing intent in Xian Yu's heart to grow even stronger. Just as well, new and old debts could be settled together. Their auras! Did they obtain the inheritance of the divine pagoda? Two mere quintessential saint stage powerhouses dare to lay their hands on such an inheritance? You're courting death. The large factions from the fire domain who had followed them also immediately noticed Qin Yu and Lin Dong. They sized them up with unconcealable disdain in their eyes. In front of them, let alone two sky, saint stage powerhouses, even two heavenly deity stage powerhouses were nothing to them. Qin Yu and the dragon soul, who were being stared at by the crowd, did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, they were calm. They had seen many higher cultivation realms, and the people in front of them were nothing to them. Although there were a few heavenly ethereal realm powerhouses present, Qin Yu was not afraid of them. Suddenly, Qin Yu sensed an extremely subtle fluctuation. Qin Yu, who had merged with the Fire Emperor's inheritance, had a deep understanding of the higher cultivation realms, including some martial Dao operations. None of it could escape his eyes. Using such despicable means is a disgrace to the name of the Fire God Palace. Qin Yu did not say anything, and the chaotic dragon's spear appeared. He flicked the tip of the spear and dispersed all the fluctuations in the dark. Xian Yu, who had secretly attacked with a secret technique to suppress Qin Yu, suddenly retreated with a muffled groan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his eyes widened in disbelief. There was a huge difference between different cultivation realms, not to mention the difference of two cultivation realms. Even if there was only a slight difference, it would be like a natural chasm. It would be fine if he was only discovered by Qin Yu, but Qin Yu had injured him with a single move. It was impossible for someone of the same cultivation realm to do so. You have stepped into the heavenly ethereal realm? No, my senses are definitely not wrong. You are indeed only in the heavenly saint stage, Xian Yu said in disbelief. He could not believe that he was injured by Qin Yu. One should know that the current Qin Yu was different from before. He did not lay down an ancient array to help him. He has control over the divine tower's great emperor's inheritance. Duan Chihua narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "The great emperor's inheritance is indeed hidden here. A heavenly ethereal realm powerhouse can actually injure a heavenly ethereal realm powerhouse. This ability is too terrifying." Many people from the various forces had entered. When they heard what Duan Chihua said, they all stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes, as if they were looking at a peerless treasure that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. The inheritance of a great emperor was not something that could only be seen once every 10,000 years. Even in 100 million years, one might not be able to see the tomb of a great emperor. No one knew who took the lead, but everyone blurted out words to suppress Duan Chihua. Hand over the fire emperor's inheritance. All the major forces of the fire domain are here. It's better to hand over the fire emperor's inheritance quickly. The divine fire sect is willing to accept you. Why don't you come quickly? We can promise you the position of an elder. In an instant, some people tried to persuade Duan Chihua, and some even tried to recruit him by promising him the position of an elder. Qin Yu rejected them without hesitation, as he had expected. Regardless of whether they were trying to coerce or bribe him, the only goal of the major forces was the Fire Emperor's inheritance. You don't know what's good for you. All the major forces of the fire domain are here. Do you know how powerful we are if we join forces? Seeing that Qin Yu was indifferent, some people's faces turned ferocious and murderous. Just nice. I'll use you to test my power. Now. Qin Yu sneered and shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! Unknowingly, bursts of flames suddenly ignited within the divine pagoda and silently fell down. Wherever the silent flames passed, the ground would be scorched black and mottled. To be able to leave scorched black marks in the divine tower, one could imagine how high the temperature of the flames was. If it landed on a human body, it would be extremely powerful. Everyone in the fire domain was a fire expert. With just a glance, they could see the level of power represented by the flames. It was a level that most of the people present could not reach. It was the peak of the heavenly ethereal realm. The inheritance that Qin Yu had received was not just martial arts experience. It also included the ownership of the divine tower. The flames were just one of the many. Its special feature was that it could be activated with one's own strength, and it could display strength that was higher than 2 realms. Although it's only at the peak of the heavenly ethereal realm, it's enough to deal with you. Duan Chihua suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Quick, retreat. Everyone, retreat from the divine tower. He had already realized that the flames would only stay within the divine tower. However, his reminder was too late. Before anyone could retreat, they were already enveloped by the flames. A leader of a major force who had stepped into the heavenly ethereal realm went forward to test the flames, attempting to break the cage of flames. However, just as he stretched out his hand, it was burned by the powerful flames. If he had not retracted his hand quickly enough, his entire hand would have been destroyed. Duan Chihua's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. With such a powerful strength, he won't be able to hold on for long. We should take advantage of this time to capture him as soon as possible. However, the reality was the opposite. The people who were encouraged by his words all rushed forward, but they were all defeated. Phoenix transformation. Boundless heavenly fire. All of the people who rushed up were more or less seriously injured. After catching their own people, they did not care about the fact that the Fire God Palace was the #1 force in the fire domain and surrounded them angrily. Before they could do anything, there was a sudden change. Screams of agony rang out one after another. Chapter 798. Suddenly, the fire grew stronger and engulfed everyone in it. Whether it was those who were about to attack or those who had just attacked but were defeated, all of them were covered in flames. Cries of agony could be heard. The blood-curdling screams rang out continuously. Even some of the top experts who were confident in their strength couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Roar! Immediately after, the originally chaotic and sporadic flames suddenly condensed together, forming an ancient divine dragon. Although the people from the fire territory and other top forces had gathered and attacked together, they were powerless against the gigantic fire dragon. Qin Yu waved his finger gently, and the tail of the fire dragon dissipated for a moment. Indeed, it's a little too much for a quintessential saint to perform such precise maneuvers. However, it's enough to deal with all of you, Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul, who had been waiting by the side, could not wait to charge out. He was already unhappy with these people. The moment the Dragon Soul appeared, he used his space-time ability to wreak havoc. In just a few breaths' time, there were a few fresh corpses on the floor of the God's Pagoda. The top forces, who were already at odds with each other, showed their weakness in the face of danger. You push me, I push you. They would rather others die than let their own people get hurt. Flames shot out of Duan Chihua's eyes. He suddenly shouted and used all his strength to disperse the flames around him. Humph, you're just eso. As soon as he finished his words, he met the Dragon Soul's gaze. Although it was just a quintessential Saint Realm Dragon Soul, he could see the vastness of the universe in its eyes. Just as he was in a state of shock, the situation around him suddenly changed. It was as though he was the only one left in the world. Everyone was distancing themselves from him. It was as though he was the only one left in the world. No, there was still the Dragon Soul. It was the space-time illusory realm. Duan Chihua finally understood that it was the power of space-time. The power of space-time was so profound that it was almost impossible for him to touch it at his cultivation level. However, he actually saw such powerful control of space-time in a quintessential Saint Realm. No wonder you could steal the ancient dragon's blood essence and increase your strength again in such a short time. You really have something to rely on. The Dragon's Soul snorted in disdain as its deep gaze landed on the palace master of the Fire God Palace. Although they were in the void virtual world, they were still in the space of the godly pagoda. Duan Chihua's cultivation was suppressed, so the Dragon Soul was naturally not afraid. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already started fighting in this space-time ethereal world. Qin Yu's opponent was Vice Palace Master Shui Yu. Shui Yu's expression was solemn. So what if Qin Yu was only at the quintessential saint stage? With the help of various divine abilities, he was no longer weaker than him. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. It's time to settle the score with you for stealing the ancient dragon blood essence from the Fire God Palace. Before the voice of the celestial realm had even faded, they had already made their move. Fire God's palm. The Fire God's palm was his most exquisite divine ability. It was also one of the best divine arts in the entire Fire God Palace. In the entire fire domain, there were only a handful of people who could comprehend this exquisite martial art. Shui Yu was the one who had cultivated this martial art to the peak. He had purposely made his move before he had finished his words. He wanted to catch Qin Yu off guard. However, his palm strike, which was filled with confidence, missed. Unknowingly, Qin Yu was already standing behind him. Fire God's palm? Why don't you try the Fire God's palm that I have modified? How could the inheritance of a great emperor be so simple? Of course, the most important thing was the experience of martial arts. However, there were many other miscellaneous martial arts as well. When Shui Yu made his move, Shui Yu had already determined where his attack would land. He then made use of his ingenious positioning to arrive behind Shui Yu in an instant. It was the same Fire God's palm. Qin Yu struck out with his palm. The palm print rose with the wind. As the flames on the palm print gradually expanded, it formed a force that was as heavy as Mount Tai. Shui Yu had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to take the blow head-on. Uft! A mouthful of blood spurted out like a sharp sword. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Shui Yu's face turned ashen. His aura was more than 20% weaker than before. This did not include the injuries on his body. This palm strike contained the ancient flames that had been stored in the godly pagoda for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it was not something that Shui Yu could resist. The flames would constantly burn his organs. If he did not obtain any treasures, he would definitely lose his life in less than half a month. During this process, he would suffer immense pain. He would not be able to rest in peace day and night. Dragon Soul, come back. Stop playing. At this moment, the ground inside the godly pagoda was covered in a layer of sticky blood. After hearing the call, the dragon's soul immediately retracted its divine power. Its figure flashed across space and arrived behind Chinyu. Duan Chihua could not do anything to the dragon's soul. Although he could protect himself, it was also frustrating to be trapped in an isolated space. He had just found a weak point in space and was about to break it. Suddenly, the divine power that trapped him disappeared without a trace. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Now it's time to end this. Shui Yu was already a cripple. As long as he went up and dealt another blow, he would be finished. The remaining palace master of the Fire God Palace was not a concern. Those who were still alive were uneasy. They looked at the two figures outside the sea of fire with fear in their eyes. Curses and begging could be heard. Qin Yu slowly clenched his fist. The fire dragon that had been hovering above their heads suddenly rushed down. Keep! Ah! This time, no one was able to escape. Suddenly, there was a thick layer of dust on the ground. Only a few powerful people, such as Duan Chihua and Shui Yu, were still struggling to hold on. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the entire Fire God Palace. Is that so? Qin Yu suddenly flipped his hand and formed a hand seal. He then said a word with an ancient tone. Explode! At this point, no matter if it was the palace master of the Fire God Palace or the people from the other forces in the Inferno prison, they were all dead. As long as they stepped into the divine tower and coveted the inheritance, none of them were left alive. Those who stayed outside the divine tower only saw a vast ancient dragon rushing out from the blazing fire. They saw that the place that was supposed to be crowded with people was now empty. There were only charred marks left. At the same time, an old man who was sitting inside the Fire God Palace suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be endless divine power flowing in his eyes. Suddenly, he looked at the direction of the divine tower. With a wave of his long robe, he disappeared in a flash. Qin Yu, who had just finished the battle, did not even have the time to collect his spoils of war. In the void, there was a surge of clouds. A figure appeared and rushed into the divine tower at a speed that no one could capture. The people guarding outside the tower all felt the powerful pressure, and none of them dared to move in the slightest. However, Qin Yu and the dragon soul in the divine tower were not affected at all. They just looked at the person calmly. Chapter 799. However, his voice was heard before he even saw him. You were lucky enough to escape last time. I didn't expect you to return to the fire domain. Along with the voice came a towering aura. Those standing outside the divine pagoda were only slightly affected. They covered their chests and vomited. Blood dyed their clothes red, and they ran as far as they could. However, the two figures in the divine pagoda weren't affected at all. Their eyes were still calm, but there was a hint of understanding in them. So, it's the Fire God Palace's Laozu. I was wondering who it was, bullying us from afar. You are indeed the Fire God Palace's Laozu. Qin Yu sneered as he recalled the time when he was chased by the Fire God Palace's Laozu. The Fire God Palace's Laozu, who had just arrived, was furious. He didn't even see who said that. He waved his sleeve, and a bright flame appeared. Sparks flickered and danced. It was as though the surrounding air was about to be burned up. However, such a flame was child's play in front of the divine pagoda's ancient fire. Qin Yu followed the inheritance memory and formed a complicated hand seal. The flames that were originally attacking him were now docilely held in his palm. Then he casually tossed it into the ancient flame, allowing it to be swallowed up. Although the flame was nothing in front of the ancient fire, it was a sacred fire with great potential that the Laozu had been searching for a long time. The flame was only 10,000 years old, but it already possessed great strength. As long as it was given more time, the small flame would definitely grow to a more powerful stage. The Laozu was frustrated that he had lost the sacred fire that he had painstakingly searched for without even seeing the person clearly. Although he didn't spit out blood, it was still painful. Emperor weapon. After seeing the divine pagoda clearly, the Laozu couldn't help but have greed in his eyes. He also deduced what had happened from the marks on the ground. Hand over the fire emperor's inheritance, and I'll let bygones be bygones. As the fire god palace's Laozu spoke, he unleashed the terrifying aura of a heavenly palace realm. Even though he was just standing there, the surrounding space seemed to be unstable and produced powerful airwaves. However, the situation that the old ancestor had imagined did not happen. In his opinion, the junior, who was merely at the quintessential saint stage, did not show him any respect at all. With the old and new grudges added together, the old ancestor had already made his move. Heavenly fire's descent. Qin Yu and the dragon's soul cooperated with each other, activating the imperial might of the divine pagoda while setting up the heavenly god battle formation. I don't care what kind of sacred flame you are. Since you are in front of me, you better submit obediently. When the formation was set up, the patriarch suddenly felt a fatal danger. Just as he was about to escape, the surrounding time and space suddenly changed. Ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye trapped him in the formation. A quintessential saint that should have been weak to the point of being easily crushed actually had such powerful strength. One had to know that he had already stepped into the heavenly palace. Do you think a small formation can trap me? Too naive. All of a sudden, the old ancestor of the fire god palace exploded with a powerful force. The powerful energy waves caused all kinds of strange phenomena. Thick fog rose and turned into an azure dragon, or the faint silhouette of an immortal. The celestial palace realm was not something that could be destroyed so easily. However, the heavenly god battle formation was not an ordinary formation. Even though it was shaken by the powerful force, it was still stable. However, if he wanted to destroy the heavenly palace stage in one fell swoop, he still had to add fuel to the fire. Qin Yu quickly searched through his inherited memories. When he found it, his hands began to move. Summon. It was still a simple and boundless syllable. It was as if the voice did not come from someone's mouth, but from an almighty from the ancient times. Divine fire! The real divine fire was a bright golden color. It was the fire seed left behind by the fire emperor. The bright and powerful divine fire was integrated into the formation. Inside the formation, the old ancestor of the fire god palace let out an extremely tragic cry. Suddenly he turned into ashes. The power of the divine fire surprised Qin Yu. It was faster than he had expected. Even a heavenly palace stage could not last long under the power of the divine fire. As soon as it touched the divine fire, it turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. After the dragon's soul checked, it suddenly walked over and said the old ancestor of the fire god palace had a backup plan. It was not his original body that came. Not his original body. It's okay. Let's kill our way up. Since you and I have just broken through, we need some treasures to consolidate our realms and level up again. If someone had heard of this earlier, they would have laughed their heads off. They had just leveled up, especially in the quintessential martial sage realm. How difficult would it be to break through again? For most people, to be able to find the opportunity to break through again within 1,000 years, they were already the cream of the crop. Although it was not the original body of the old ancestor of the fire god palace, it was still his important spiritual body. If the spiritual body was turned into ashes, the original body would be severely injured. It would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Qin Yu brought the dragon soul and rushed out of the divine pagoda. All that was left to the people who were guarding outside the divine pagoda was his back view. In the sacred ground of the fire god palace, an old man with a sage-like demeanor spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his hand, the blood disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for his slightly pale face, no one would be able to tell that he had just spat out his heart's blood, which was extremely important to the martial Tao. Since when could a quintessential saint realm fight against a heaven palace realm expert and even kill him? The more the old ancestor thought about it, the more fearful he got. He frowned as he thought about the details of the battle. It should be the inheritance of the Fire Emperor. After all, he is a great emperor of the heaven-reaching realm. It's not strange for him to have such means. With this thought, the old ancestor of the Fire God Palace was about to stand up. Suddenly, he slipped and fell to the ground. This was something that he would never have dared to think about in the past. That was a Heaven Palace realm expert. He was only one step away from the pinnacle of the realm. How could he fall on flat ground? However, the spiritual body of the old ancestor of the Fire God Palace was turned into ashes. His body was also severely injured, and his body was extremely weak. It was not difficult for him to make such a comical move. Soon, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul arrived at the Fire God Palace again, above the boundless sea of fire. As for the location of the divine hall of the Fire God Palace, it was easy to confirm. It was the towering divine hall that was suspended in the sky. In the entire fire domain, the Fire God Palace was the dominant force, and the surrounding forces could not develop at all. It was a situation where those who obeyed would prosper, and those who opposed would perish. Qin Yu looked afar at the majestic and luxurious palace. On the plaque above, there were 3 flamboyant words: Fire God Palace. Before this, Qin Yu had only come to the Sea of Fire with the Dragon Soul. He had never really infiltrated the Fire God Palace. It seems like this is the place. Qin Yu rushed in with the Dragon Soul. He killed the Fire God Palace members who came to stop him. Quick, quick, quick. They are coming in. Activate the barrier quickly. The invisible barrier did stop him, but it was only for a moment. Any defense would be vulnerable in front of the divine fire. It was only the size of a fingernail, but it was enough to break the entire barrier. Chapter 800. In the spiritual land in the deepest part of the Fire God Palace, the Fire God Palace Patriarch was talking to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had some stubble on his face, and he looked determined. His aura was harmonious, and his aura was on par with the Fire God Palace Patriarch. 800 years ago we agreed to meet today. Today I'm here. Do you welcome me? Hearing the hearty laughter, the Fire God Palace Patriarch laughed as well. Ocean Region's Neptune Palace Master, how can we not welcome you? Who dares to not welcome you? The Neptune Palace Master was here for the appointment. After a short conversation, he noticed something was amiss. Why is the aura on your body so unstable? It seems like you have just been severely injured. He had just been severely injured, and even the spiritual body that he had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed. The Fire God Palace Patriarch couldn't help but clench his teeth in anger when he mentioned this. This matter must never be mentioned again. Originally, I discovered the Fire Emperor's inheritance. This should have been a great thing. However, who would have thought that a quintessential saint stage brat would appear out of nowhere? After snatching the inheritance, he actually didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and destroyed my spiritual body. As such, it's inevitable that my strength would be affected. After hearing this, the Neptune Palace Master immediately expressed that if that person appeared again, he would definitely kill that person. He was from the sea region, and the Fire Emperor's inheritance was of little use to him. He might as well use it as a favor to befriend a Sky Palace Realm Almighty. As the two of them were chatting, there was a sudden commotion in the spiritual land, forcing the two of them to come out. They saw that there were corpses all over the place. The protective enchantment was shattered into pieces, and only 1/10 of it was left. There were only a handful of people who survived. Qin Yu walked over slowly with the Dragon Soul, as though he was patrolling his own territory. The Fire God Palace Patriarch was so angry that his chest hurt. The place where he was previously injured was still hurting. So you're here. I finally forced you out. Qin Yu smiled as he took out the chaotic dragon spear. Let's end this quickly. The Neptune Palace Master took a step forward and appeared in front of the Fire God Palace Patriarch. Even when he realized that there was one more person, Qin Yu's attack didn't stop. Azure Dragon battling the heavens. In a daze, the sea god Palace's palace master seemed to see a giant azure dragon circling around, glaring angrily at him. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl as he charged toward him. It was precisely because of the influence of this trace of azure dragon true chi that the sea god palace master unconsciously took out his most powerful defensive technique. However, Qin Yu's real target was the fire god palace's Lao Tzu, who was hiding behind him. The tip of the spear shook slightly and brushed past him, aiming straight for the fire god palace's old ancestor. This time, there was nowhere to hide. Sacred flame shield. He was already injured, and using this move in a moment of panic was only an instinct to save his own life. How could he possibly block Qin Yu's ferocious attack? The outcome of the fire god palace's old ancestor was obvious. He was pierced through by the spear. However, the heavenly palace level was still a heavenly palace level being. Even though he had been pierced by the chaos dragon spear, he was still breathing. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even the sea goddess palace master was unable to react in time. By the time he reacted, it was already a foregone conclusion. Even he did not have the ability to reverse the situation. He might as well carry some medicine with him. Although it was extremely precious, it was more important to gain the friendship of a heavenly palace level being. No matter what, he was doing a favor at no cost. Even if he had to pay, it would not be too much. Qin Yu was not disappointed at all. If such a simple spear could kill a heavenly palace level being, that would be truly strange. As for the one beside him, the dragon's soul suddenly said, this person's aura seems to be from the sea region. The sea goddess palace master from the sea region? I see. Seeing that the two of them were obviously friends, Qin Yu felt that this matter seemed to be a little tricky. The combined strength of two heavenly palace level beings was definitely powerful. Even if he had a trump card, things would definitely become troublesome. After swallowing the top-notch medicine, the fire god palace's old ancestor had recovered a little. Of course, it was impossible for him to fully recover in a short period of time. However, at least he had regained his vitality. After regaining some strength, the first thing he did was to hold the sea goddess palace master's hand tightly. You and I have known each other for many years. Why don't you do me a favor and work together to kill this kid? He was about to agree, but on second thought, Qin Yu was someone who had inherited the Fire Emperor's legacy. Although such a person was only at the quintessential saint level, he could severely injure a heavenly palace level being at such a low level. Even if he joined in, he would definitely have to pay the price. Speaking of friendship, it was even more nonsense. He knew a little about the things that the Fire God Palace had done all year round. They would slaughter people and plunder their treasures. Of course, in the previous incident, he had also taken a share of the loot. That was why both sides had maintained such a good relationship. This is a grudge between the fire domain. I'm just a guest in the fire domain. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to interfere. Obviously, he hesitated. Offending a young man who would definitely have a bright future would not do him any good. The Fire God Palace's old ancestor had known each other for hundreds of years. How could he not know what the Sea Goddess Palace Master was thinking? Gritting his teeth, he still told her about the incident. This kid has a secret skill that can subdue the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. That's the legendary Dragon Clan. He didn't believe that the astute Sea Goddess Hall Master would give up on such a huge benefit. He also did not believe that the current Sea Goddess Palace Master would say something as nonsensical as inconvenient to interfere. Indeed, no one would not covet the legendary Dragon Clan. One had to know that even a dragon with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan was an existence that everyone would fight over. Its strength was so strong that everyone coveted it, not to mention the precious materials on the dragon's body. Whether it was the dragon's tendons, bones, scales, or blood. If it could be tamed, no one would be willing to kill a dragon with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. It would be the strongest partner and the most trustworthy and loyal subordinate. Is the news reliable? If the news was true, perhaps he could also snatch it, even if he was a genius. So what? He was a genius who had not grown up yet. No matter how great his achievements would be in the future, at least for now, he could not be compared to the two of them who were in the heavenly palace realm. The conversation between the two was completed in a short time. Qin Yu also wanted to see whether the sea goddess palace master was an enemy or a friend. In the end, as expected, even the people of the sea domain wanted to interfere. However, their purpose this time was not for the Fire Emperor's inheritance. It was for the secret skill to tame the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Secret skill? Qin Yu pointed the tip of his spear at the sea goddess palace master's face. If you want it, you have to defeat me first. Those who were still alive were in disbelief. Chapter 801. How could someone be so arrogant to challenge two heavenly palace realms when he had just stepped into the quintessential saint realm? Although one of them was severely injured, the gap between the realms wasn't something that could be closed with just a few injuries. Moreover, there was still the Neptune Palace Master. The dragon's soul stared at the two heavenly palace realms in front of him. Not only was he not suppressed by their aura, but he was also filled with battle intent. He couldn't wait to test his skills against two heavenly palace realm experts. This kid is really arrogant. If you don't make a move now, when are you going to wait? The Fire God Palace Patriarch stood up and stared at the Neptune Palace Master. There was no turning back now. Moreover, he really wanted to obtain the secret skill that could tame the Dragon Clan bloodline. Therefore, he could only move forward. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Suddenly, the air became humid and fresh, as though they were near the water or the coast. Sky-conquering river. A vast river meandered down like a ribbon. Droplets of water floated in the air, sparkling with light. Water was soft yet firm. The meandering, ribbon-like river itself was the most powerful weapon. It was also the strongest combat skill of the Neptune Palace Master. Now that the Neptune Palace Master had taken out his trump card, the Fire God Palace Patriarch no longer hid anything. The fire region was fundamentally different from the sea region. His strongest trump card should have been the Sea of Fire. However, after witnessing Qin Yu's strength, he didn't dare to summon flames. After pondering for a while, he took out an 8 trigrams compass. The word Li lit up and radiated in all directions with the Fire God Palace Patriarch as the center. Waves of heat waves seemed to be roasting all life and squeezing out every last bit of moisture. The sky-conquering river was in front and the heat waves behind. Qin Yu was pincered by 2 heavenly palace realm experts. The front and back were fire and water, forming the 8 trigrams chaotic aura. At this moment, the 2 heavenly palace realm experts had already used all their trump cards. Battle dragon coiling. Suddenly, dozens of figures rose behind Qin Yu. They were either roaring ferociously or hovering gently. However, the aura on their bodies was enough to make one shudder. Ancestor demon statue. Suddenly, the area around the Fire God Palace was shrouded by an extremely terrifying aura. An ominous feeling welled up in the Sea Goddess Hall Master's heart. He seemed to have unknowingly provoked a terrifying existence. He was the one who had awakened such a terrifying existence. As soon as the ancestor demon statue appeared, the 2 Heaven Palace tier cultivators were like paper tigers, unable to withstand a single blow. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly river or the airwaves, they were all destroyed. The 2 heavenly palace realm masters fell to the ground like rag dolls. Even before he died, he still could not believe he would die in the hands of a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. This was especially true for the Sea Goddess Hall's Hall Master. At the moment before her death, her heart was filled with regret. Sure enough, he shouldn't have made a move because of that bit of greed. How could someone who had mastered the secret technique to tame the Dragon Clan's bloodline be bullied by him like those people in the past? After the 2 died, the images that filled the sky and the terrifying aura slowly disappeared. However, it left a deep impression on those who were still alive in the Fire God Palace. What the hell is going on? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? How could the patriarch die? The patriarch is dead? The ancestor is really dead. Ah, could it be that the heavens want the Fire God Palace to perish? In just one night, not only did the palace master and deputy palace master die, but even the patriarch who had been protecting the Fire God Palace and had given them their current status had died. If even a heavenly palace realm powerhouse could not withstand it, did they really have any hope of surviving? The ancestor demon statue was powerful, and its destructive power was also quite shocking. There was basically no place under Qin Yu's feet that was safe. He followed the dragon's soul to take a look in the sky and saw that the Fire God Palace was already in chaos. Those who were still alive quickly packed up their belongings and fled. Suddenly, he saw a person who was dressed in bright clothes and seemed to be the leader. He was about to go down and ask for directions. It was too trivial to rely on his eyes to find the real treasure in the huge Fire God Palace. As soon as he landed, the person saw him and the dragon soul. He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He knelt on the ground and kept muttering, "Don't kill me! Get up!" Qin Yu took 2 steps back in disgust. This person's strength was not bad. He was more or less a fish that had slipped through the net and entered the quintessential saint realm. He did not expect him to be so cowardly that he did not even dare to raise his head to look at him. Just by standing there, he was already scared to this extent. In fact, this person was just frightened by the aura that the ancestor demon statue had just released. He even felt a sense of fear towards the instigator of all this. At this moment, if Qin Yu asked him to go east, he would definitely not dare to go west. Where is the Fire God treasure vault? The steward, who was originally trembling in fear, suddenly became energetic. Without another word, he brought Qin Yu to the treasure vault that he had not been to many times before. Because of his deep memory, there were no mistakes in the process. "Don't kill me, I'll leave now." As soon as he brought the person to the place, Qin Yu was wondering if he should give him something as a reward. The person had already turned and ran, and his running speed was actually top-notch. Even in the quintessential saint realm, this person's running speed was enough to be ranked among the best. Puzzled, Qin Yu glanced at the dragon soul standing beside him. "Do I look that scary?" The dragon's soul laughed. "Killing 2 heavenly palace realms in one move. No matter how good-looking you are, you'll still scare people to death." Outside the Fire God treasure vault, there were naturally several protective measures. There were several keyholes, and there were even more profound passwords inside. As for the key, it was relatively simple. The old ancestor had always carried the key to the Fire God treasure vault with him, and the dragon soul had conveniently put it away just now. However, the password inside was somewhat difficult to crack. It could only be opened through various means. In the end, Qin Yu was too lazy to do it slowly, and directly broke through all the protective measures by force. Since he had the strength, why did he have to follow the rules? He could just break through everything with brute force. It had to be said that there were indeed some things inside the Fire God treasure vault that was so tightly protected. Inside were various treasures of heaven and earth that the Fire God Palace had plundered through various means over the years. Not to mention the variety and the value of all the items in the vault. Just looking at it alone was a dazzling array of items. It was even more abundant than the inventory of the largest trading center in the Fire domain. Now that he had become the master of the Fire God Palace, he naturally took these items with a smile. There were many treasures of heaven and earth that were really effective for him. He refined them one by one, and soon he had refined many treasures of heaven and earth. His strength was steadily increasing. During the refining process, it was difficult to feel the passage of time. Chapter 802. Unknowingly, an afternoon had passed. All the treasures in the treasury had been refined by him. Even the dragon soul that had been by his side had benefited greatly. A powerful shockwave that soared into the sky blew up the entire treasury. It was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. The people who lived around the Fire God Palace looked over, trying to guess what had happened to cause such a huge commotion. There were only a few people who had yet to leave the Fire God Palace. Suddenly, they felt a powerful and familiar aura. They were so shocked that they trembled. They then looked at the source of the sound in shock. Gosh, how long has it been? He has broken through again. How long has it been since he broke through to the quintessential saint realm, to the intermediate realm? Not even a day. Run. When he is done with everything, he might attack us. Let's leave the things that we can't take. Let's leave first. In an instant, the few people who were still in the Fire God Palace threw away the bags in their hands. They ran out of the door with all their might. They were afraid that the possibility of Qin Yu coming to settle the score with them was slim to none. One had to know that their living palace had done this many times. They would first charge in and plunder, and then finally kill everyone, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Judging others by their own standards, of course, they were worried that Qin Yu would do the same thing. However, Qin Yu had no intention of killing them. First of all, he did not take those people seriously. Furthermore, they would not be like the Fire God Palace, killing every single one of them that they could find. His strength had broken through to the next level. Now he was sure that if he encountered a Heavenly Palace realm expert again, he would not have to use his trump card to crush them like before. Even with his own strength, he had the guts to go head-to-head with a Heavenly Palace realm expert and not be at a disadvantage. Qin Yu looked at his fist and slowly clenched it. It felt so good to be full of strength. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a direction. He could feel that there was an abundance of energy there. There was even a strong dragon aura. Let's go. Let's meet the ancient leaf fire dragon again. After the Fire God Palace's old ancestor sealed the vast sea of fire, the ancient leaf fire dragon had fallen into a deep slumber. However, when Qin Yu and his companion arrived again, the ancient leaf fire dragon opened its eyes and immediately sensed a familiar aura. He could feel the aura of his own essence, blood, from the person in front of him. That was the most important part of his body. There was no way he would mistake it. It's you. You still dare to come. How did your strength increase so quickly? You've already reached the intermediate, quintessential saint stage. Shock, doubt, and disbelief. In a short period of time, the ancient leaf fire dragon felt 3 different emotions coming from itself. Qin Yu slowly walked over with the dragon's soul. This vast sea of fire automatically separated a clean path when he walked over, not hurting him in the slightest. Such a method shocked the ancient leaf fire dragon. He felt that there was something different about the person in front of him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the eyes of the ancient leaf fire dragon, Qin Yu was just someone who was slightly stronger than the others. If they were to be serious about it, his cultivation level was not that high. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. How did you get in? Moreover, he did it so openly. Did no one stop him? Me? Of course, I walked in openly. You want to know about the situation in the Fire God Palace, right? However, the current Palace Master, Vice Palace Master, and the Laozu are all dead. At least they were all disbanded when I arrived. Now, there's no one else in the Fire God Palace other than me. Of course, he knew what that meant. Even if he was a dragon who didn't care about worldly affairs, he would definitely not overlook the bloodshed behind those few words. If it were anyone else, it would be fine. However, the Laozu of the Fire God Palace had already reached the Heavenly Palace realm. How could someone that even he had to pay attention to die so easily? I'm only asking you if you're going to submit or die. When the ancient leaf fire dragon finished his sentence, Qin Yu was already standing next to the dragon head. The vast sea of fire was just like its name. However, such a vast sea of fire didn't hurt him at all. Even his clothes were still clean. As he walked, he floated gently. There wasn't a speck of dust on him. He didn't look like he had just returned from a victory. Instead, he looked more like he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. What did you say? You want me to submit to you? The anciently fire dragon couldn't believe what he had just heard. He admitted that Qin Yu was indeed strong. However, to make a proud dragon like him lower his head? In his opinion, that was simply impossible. No one had ever said such words to him. Even his relationship with the Fire God Palace was more of a cooperative relationship. He even vaguely felt like he was in the dominant position. Qin Yu stared at the anciently fire dragon's eyes that were bigger than his head and said, "I said, submit or die. These are the only two choices in front of you." As he spoke, Qin Yu summoned the War Dragon Coil and released the majestic dragon, might of the War Dragon Immortal King, to suppress the anciently fire dragon. "Did you really destroy the Fire God Palace?" The man and dragon stared at each other for a while. In the end, the anciently fire dragon was the first to admit defeat. He really wanted to know what was going on outside. "If you don't believe me, come out and take a look." Qin Yu chuckled. However, to prevent the anciently fire dragon from running away, Su Emo tied him up with a rope. Even a dragon would have a hard time escaping from the specially made rope. The anciently fire dragon felt humiliated by the rope. He struggled with all his might and refused to give in no matter what. Qin Yu didn't persuade him. "You don't agree? Fine, I'll beat you until you agree." When he finally came out, the anciently fire dragon had some fresh wounds on his body. However, none of these could compare to the shock he felt when he saw the scene outside. Everywhere was a mess. There wasn't much blood and corpses because Qin Yu wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. However, he had destroyed almost all the buildings on the surface of the Fire God Palace, whether it was the barrier or the huge building erected on the ground. All that was left was a few broken tiles and walls. There were still some remnants of the ancestor golem's aura on the ground. Sensing the aura, the anciently fire dragon keenly sensed that the aura contained an extremely powerful aura of his own kind. It was similar to Qin Yu's aura. A wise man submits to circumstances. In the end, he chose to submit. He also saw other dragons who had submitted to Qin Yu. Of course, his strength could be considered one of the best. However, after experiencing the ups and downs, he didn't regret his decision at all. He chose to submit and was even glad that he had made the wisest choice. The submitted anciently fire dragon contributed his blood essence. Qin Yu devoured it and meditated on the spot to completely fuse it. This time, there wasn't a single flaw. Everything was done naturally. As a result, the dragon's soul also benefited greatly. Chapter 803. However, he was still lacking a little. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He could feel that he was stuck at the edge of the mastery, quintessential Saint realm. With just a little bit more external help, he would be able to break through completely. "Master, why don't you try to refine all the fire in the vast sea of fire? It also contains an extremely powerful energy." The anciently fire dragon, who had submitted to Qin Yu, quickly suggested. The vast sea of fire had been formed for a long time, and it contained the origin energy of the entire fire territory. It could even be said that the energy it contained was enormous. In addition to the fact that the anciently fire dragon had lived there for a long time, it was filled with dragon qi. Ordinary people would be burned by the raging fire if they took a step closer to it, let alone absorbing the energy within. However, it was not a threat to Qin Yu. Instead, it was a help. The anciently fire dragon who had submitted to him spoke. "Master, if you absorb the energy of the entire sea of fire, that little barrier will be nothing. It's just that the fire is violent. The fire attribute is one of the most violent energies in the universe. That sea of fire is not to be underestimated." The anciently fire dragon paused as he spoke. He recalled that when Qin Yu had found him previously, he had been able to enter and exit the sea of fire freely. That's true. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. He then rushed into the sea of fire. To others, although the sea of fire was a vast sea of energy, they would not be able to use it for themselves. However, it was not a threat to Qin Yu. On the contrary, it was a sea of resources that he could use as he wished. Once again, Qin Yu entered the Sea of Fire and went straight to the deepest part. The vast Sea of Fire was almost boundless. In the middle of it was the origin energy of the entire fire territory. When he sat in the middle of the vast Sea of Fire, the temperature of the flames was so high that it could even burn the air. The entire space was filled with only scorching waves of fire. Unknowingly, the flames sensed the intrusion of an outsider and surrounded him. Not only did Qin Yu not stop them, he even took the initiative to let them absorb the energy in the Sea of Fire. The dragon's soul rose into the air and wandered through the entire Sea of Flames, absorbing the energy that had been stored in the Sea of Flames for a long time. It was just that what he could absorb was ultimately a drop in the bucket. At this moment, a powerful suction force suddenly came from the depths of the vast Sea of Fire. All the heat in the Sea of Fire was drawn away by this powerful suction force, creating several vortexes made entirely of flames in the air. Dozens of vortexes sucked in at the same time, and in the shortest amount of time, all the flames in the Sea of Fire were plundered. At the end of the whirlpool, the condensed energy was connected into dozens of thin threads, all of which entered Qin Yu's body. The last wisp of fiery red, purest energy, also fused into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A red light flashed in his eyes before they finally calmed down. The dragon soul quickly returned and let loose a long roar as its aura became even more substantial. Qin Yu's god soul was connected to the dragon soul. As long as Qin Yu was willing, he would naturally give a part of it to the dragon's soul while absorbing the enormous energy. Both of them would advance at the same time and reap great benefits. As soon as the long roar ended, the dragon's soul was already close to him. "This is great. I've reached the mastery, quintessential saint stage, and am on the verge of a breakthrough." The dragon's soul was overjoyed. It could be said that it was only a step away. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Although he could break through to the quintessential saint stage by deducting a part of the dragon soul's energy. However, that kind of breakthrough was not as good as solidifying his foundation now. Moreover, there were opportunities everywhere in the 10 Directions world. It did not matter if he kept a part of the energy for himself. At this moment, in the distant sea, a huge palace stood tall in the sea. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar was heard. "What did you say? The palace master is dead?" The sea had its own rules. All the important figures of the major sects would leave behind a life tablet. The life tablet was usually useless. However, once the owner who was connected to the life tablet died, it would shatter on its own. All the major and minor forces in the sea used this method to record the safety of those who went out. If there was only one crack, it would be a minor injury. If there were several cracks, it would be a serious injury. If it shattered, it would be death. Looking at the place where the stone tablet should have been in the box, there was only a pile of powder left. The deputy palace master's expression was rather unpleasant. He quickly took the box to report to the patriarch. The sea god palace's patriarch's expression was also unpleasant when he received the box. "What's going on? I remember that he's already entered the heaven palace. He's not invincible in the world, but it's hard to find a match in the world. No matter what, he shouldn't be unable to use a life-saving technique. Investigate, we must investigate thoroughly. No matter what, the sea god palace can't take this lying down." In the end, they sacrificed several peerless treasures that were hard to find in the world. Finally, through the connection between the life tablet and the sea god palace's palace master, the scene before the sea god palace's palace master's death was replayed. Sensing the boundless and powerful aura, the sea god palace's patriarch almost could not withstand the impact of the powerful aura. When he saw that a heaven sage had used a secret treasure to suppress 2 heaven palaces, the patriarch could not believe it. How can there be such a powerful person in this world? How old is he? He's just a heaven sage. How can he go against the heaven palace? It seems that this child does have a treasure on him. Quickly go and find out what happened in the fire territory. The entire sea god palace was in an uproar. Whether it was the great emperor's inheritance or the technique used to suppress the two heaven palaces, countless people were in awe. Qin Yu vaguely sensed something and suddenly looked in the direction of the sea. It was as if he could see through the layers of spatial barriers and see the world covered by the sea. The once powerful fire god palace was destroyed in an instant. The remaining subordinates had all fled in a hurry. The once majestic fire god palace was now a ruin. It was forbidden to live. All the major forces rushed to spread the news. Qin Yu's name spread throughout the fire territory, and he was listed as a top enemy by all the major forces. However, just when everyone was nervous, Qin Yu had already turned and left. In the entire fire god palace, the only one that could catch his attention was the fire god palace. Just when everyone was worried about their own safety, a small number of forces that were on good terms with the fire god palace had already gathered their most powerful people. What should we do? Now that the fire god palace has fallen, we will become the target of everyone's crusade. What should we do now? However, they had never thought that they would end up like this because they had helped the tyrant. After Qin Yu left, all the forces that were on good terms with the fire god palace were destroyed in an instant. This was the result of everyone kicking a man who was down. After this incident, the fire territory would have a new master. The situation of the fire god palace being the dominant force would be a thing of the past. Chapter 804. Now that the anciently fire dragon was in his bag, it was time to settle the remaining matters. Although he was only at the quintessential saint realm with all his trump cards, he could go against a heavenly palace realm expert. There's still a long way to go before I can return to my peak. Qin Yu was about to leave the fire region when he suddenly sensed a life aura not far away from him. Perhaps it was because he was carrying some treasure, but when he got closer, he realized that there was someone there. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to poke his nose into other people's business. Although he sensed that someone was there, he only paused for a moment and was about to leave. Luo Shan had been bullied by the people from the fire god palace all year round. Due to his ignorance when he was young, he had spoken the truth in front of everyone from the fire god palace. Since then he had been hunted down. When those people couldn't find him, they chose to wipe out his entire family. It could be said that he hated the people from the fire god palace to the core. Now that the fire god palace had been wiped out, he wanted to see it happen the most. It was a pity that he couldn't do it himself. Benefactor. Luo Shan suddenly pounced over and knelt before Qin Yu. There were many people who hated the fire god palace to the core like him. Many of them had their entire family wiped out by the fire god palace. However, he had his own trump card to stand out from thousands of people. Although the young man in front of Qin Yu was skinny, his eyes were bright and clear. He could see through him at a glance. What's the matter? He had never seen this person before. His strength was just average. Not to mention in front of him, even in the entire fire region, he was at the bottom. Benefactor, when you wiped out the entire fire god palace, I was watching from the outside. I have an irreconcilable feud with them. None of them are innocent. I just want to be by your side to repay your kindness. No matter what, please let me do something for you. Nodding his head, he ignored the happiness in the young man's eyes. I don't keep useless people by my side. With my strength, what can you help me with? I don't even need you for my daily needs. Having said that, he continued to walk forward. This time, he really left the fire region and stepped into the void. He took a step forward and arrived at another world in the blink of an eye. However, at the last moment, Luo Shan grabbed Qin Yu's ankle, even though he was riddled with wounds, and followed him to this world. Carelessly wiping the blood off his face, Luo Shan didn't care about it at all. Previously, when he was hiding, there were many wounds like this. I've always had a secret. When Qin Yu was fighting the Fire God Palace's old ancestor and Sea God Palace's hallmaster, he was being bullied and interrogated by the people from the Fire God Palace. After that, Qin Yu overpowered the two Heavenly Palace realm cultivators. causing everyone to flee in panic. Only then was he able to survive. And the secret that he was being interrogated about was related to a secret spiritual land. Over the years, he had been hiding in many places. Furthermore, he was from the sea region. It was because he had treasures that he was able to escape from the sea region to the fire region. To be able to allow such a weak person to safely cross two large regions, such treasures were not bad. But Chinyu didn't take it to heart. It shouldn't be just that. For the Fire God Palace to keep an eye on you, it can't be that simple. If it was just that, Luo Shan wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Moreover, you keep saying that you have a major discovery that made the people from the Fire God Palace keep an eye on you. Why is your strength still so low? Luo Shan was only at the Calamity Realm, and he was only at the initial stage. To be honest, it was already shocking that he was able to survive until now, let alone knowing a big secret that was related to the spiritual land. The spiritual land was not only rich in resources, but a natural spiritual land that was not controlled by anyone would have a huge amount of resources in it. It was obvious how coveted it was. Even the top forces in the fire region couldn't help but spend a lot of manpower and resources to search for it, even if it was just a clue. Thinking of his strength, Luo Shan looked a little depressed. When I was being hunted back then, I didn't manage to escape. However, those people didn't take my life. Instead, they stripped my martial vein. It wasn't hard to imagine how he could cultivate after his martial vein was stripped. Qin Yu thought highly of him. Luo Shan was indeed worthy of his respect for being able to survive until now after suffering so much. It was just that he was living in a sorry state. It was that treasure that gave me the opportunity to cultivate again. However, perhaps the fusion rate wasn't high enough. All these years, I had to endure great pain while cultivating. In the end, I was only at the strength that you saw. When facing those people, I didn't even have the strength to fight back. All I could do was to escape in a panic. After Luo Shan finished speaking, his 5 fingers suddenly formed claw. A cold gleam flashed across his fingernails. Without frowning, Luo Shan stripped the martial vein from his body. To be more precise, it was a dragon vein. Dragon vein! Qin Yu couldn't help but be shocked. All the dragons that had submitted to him were attracted by the aura and became restless. Even the dragon, Soul, couldn't help but be attracted. It was only because of its strong self-control that it was able to avoid embarrassment in the end. How could it be that kind of supreme treasure? This is just a fake dragon vein. It only has an appearance and some basic functions of a dragon vein. To me, it can only be used as a martial vein to prevent myself from being reduced to an ordinary person. As he spoke, Luo Shan's aura became weaker and weaker. Not long after the fake dragon vein was stripped, his originally pitiful strength completely dissipated, and he became a complete ordinary person. Qin, you didn't reject the fake dragon vein. Instead, he held it in his hand and felt it carefully. This thing is indeed not suitable for you, but it has another use for me. Now that I've left the fire domain, I could have picked 2 treasures for you in the fire god's treasury. He and the dragon soul had only used all the resources that could quickly increase their strength. Of course, this was also the most valuable part, accounting for almost 90% of the entire treasury. However, the remaining 10% had a lot of scattered things. If he went back to look for it, he might really be able to find something that Luo Shan could use. You're already thinking highly of me by accepting this thing. Since it shouldn't have been an opportunity that belonged to me in the first place, it's enough that I forced it for so many years. Naturally, I should give it away. Luo Shan stood up with a smile and looked around. Reminiscence appeared in front of his eyes. This is the sea. Although I haven't been back for a long time, I think there shouldn't be any changes. Chapter 805. With someone who was familiar with the terrain leading the way, Qin Yu easily found the Poseidon Palace. After all, Luo Shan had given the pseudo-dragon vein to him. Even if he was willing to do so, he did not owe anyone anything. Luo Shan's enemy was not only the Fire God Palace, but also the Poseidon Palace that was in cahoots with the Fire God Palace. There's no hurry now. Let me bring you to the place where I found the dragon vein. Although it's just a pseudo-dragon vein, I think there should be some clues from the real dragon vein. The pseudo-dragon vein did not have many uses, but it contained a lot of energy. Especially to the dragon tribe, it was a great supplement. However, the real dragon vein was not only a great supplement, but it could also be planted. If he could obtain the real dragon vein, Qin Yu's dragon tribe would be able to increase their strength day by day. By then, his combat strength would be doubled again. I believe you won't lie to me. Why don't we deal with the Poseidon Palace first? Those who are in cahoots with the Fire God Palace are not good people. Thus, Qin Yu would naturally not be lenient in the slightest. When they walked to the door, a few people rushed out and questioned them what they were doing here. They didn't stop after seeing Luo Shan, but Luo Shan immediately recognized them. It's these two lackeys. They killed my infant brother and took it as a reward. Oh, Qin Yu looked at the two lackeys. He did not even need to take out any weapons. As long as he used his strength, he would be able to crush them into powder. The two of them were just ordinary. They were only in the later stages of the Calamity Realm and were just gatekeepers. Blood splattered everywhere. There were 2 more pools of blood and 2 fresh corpses in front of the Poseidon Palace's door. Soon, a person who looked like a manager came out. His strength was not bad as he was in the early stages of the quintessential Saint Realm. The people he led were not weaklings like those in the Calamity Realm. The person who looked like a manager recognized Luo Shan. He narrowed his bean-sized eyes and asked, "Is the mastery quintessential saint stage the reason you brought him here?" Luo Shan could not be bothered to talk to him. He had seen Qin Yu, who was in the quintessential saint realm, kill 2 people in the heavenly palace realm with his own eyes. Moreover, one of them was the palace master of the sea god palace. Perhaps it was the disdainful smile on Luo Shan's face, as well as the indifference of Qin Yu and the dragon soul that provoked the steward. Suddenly, he pulled out an azure long saber from his waist. There were ripples on the saber. With a swing of the blade, the blue blade of light was clearly visible to the naked eye. However, in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Regardless of whether it was Qin Yu or the dragon soul, in the face of this sudden attack, their expressions did not change in the slightest. He didn't even move a finger. The blue blade of light disappeared without a trace. The manager was shocked. He knew that there was a gap of 2 minor levels between them, so he had taken out his trump card from the very beginning and used his full strength. He had originally wanted to stall for time, but this person was much stronger than he had imagined. Suddenly he clenched his teeth, took out a cylindrical object from his waist, and threw it over his head. A dazzling rainbow light lit up the entire sea god palace. Countless people raised their heads. This was a rather urgent signal, representing that someone was knocking on the door. However, the rainbow light was not the highest level. Hence, not many people paid attention to it. Maybe it's quintessential sage realm or Empyrean realm or something like that. Sending a celestial deity realm over should be no problem. The deputy home master was busy with many things. The series of unforeseen events brought about by the hall master's sudden death left him in a terrible fix. How could he have the mind to care whether or not someone was knocking on the door? Moreover, looking at that color, one could tell that it was not an extremely urgent matter. If it was the most urgent matter, then what lit up would not be the rainbow light, but the red light. The steward looked at Qin Yu and the dragon's soul very vigilantly, but the latter merely watched with interest. That flickering rainbow light was not in a hurry to go over and interrupt it either. All of a sudden, a figure descended from the sky. When he landed, he even smashed a deep crater in the ground. Then he stood on his tiptoes and leaped lightly, jumping out of the deep crater. Such strength made the steward rather pleasantly surprised. When he recognized who on earth the newcomer was, he was even more completely relieved. "Senior Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to come personally. A late-stage, heavenly god. Compared to the steward's joy, Chinyu felt a little disappointed. Initially, he thought that a powerful figure would appear, who knew that it was merely a late-stage, heavenly god. If he had reached the heavenly, ethereal realm, perhaps he would have to be more cautious. But now, it seemed like there was no need to use any trump cards. Dragon Soul, are you interested in joining forces and fighting with your physical body? Let's see who wins first. The Dragon Soul was also interested after hearing that. Since they were going to fight with their physical bodies, they would not use any weapons or combat skills. They would be completely barehanded. His strength had increased one after another, and it just so happened that he needed a battle to consolidate it. Of course, I'm much weaker than you, but it's fine to use a celestial deity as a practice partner. As the person being discussed, Senior Brother Lin was naturally displeased. Although 2 late-stage heavenly saints might be powerful if they joined forces, one should know that he was a late-stage heavenly god. These words were simply disrespectful to him. It was as if he was just a mass of air standing there and posed no threat at all. Heavenly God halberd, heavenly water ripple. All of a sudden, he used all his weapons and combat skills in order to suppress the 2 of them at once. Chinyu muttered some words. He casually made a grabbing motion, clenched his fist tightly, and threw a punch. Although it was a physical fight and there were no other enhancements, this punch still caused the surrounding air to surge and crackle with crisp sounds. With a loud bang, Senior Brother Lin cried out in pain and fell to the ground. There was a purplish bruise on his right eye. Let me fix it for you from the side. The dragon's soul suddenly flashed over in the blink of an eye. Similarly, it did not use any energy and just punched out with the strength of its body. This time, even his left eye was complete. There was also a purplish bruise, one on the left and one on the right. It was symmetrical. Although Senior Brother Lin looked miserable, Chinyu and the dragon's soul had not killed him yet. Moreover, they did not use any other energy and just punched out casually. That was why he could still stand. The 2 of you are simply too much. At the same time, he could not help but be shocked. Where did these 2 people come from? How could they have such speed and strength? Although they looked like they were only late-stage heavenly saints, their strength was not much weaker than his. After all, he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the heavenly, ethereal stage. No one answered him. Even the steward who was guarding at the back could not help but take 2 steps back when he met the dragon soul's gaze. Chapter 806. How could he, a mere quintessential saint, resist such power? Recalling that he had attacked without knowing the reason, he could not help but feel scared. Now he finally understood why Luo Shan would look at him with a mocking and pitying smile. It was because the 2 of them were not ordinary people. Although he did not know where they came from, their power could not be faked. Last hit. Chin, you did not show any mercy this time. He knocked out Senior Brother Lin, who was a late heavenly god, with 1 punch. As expected, his foundation was solid. It was not impossible for a quintessential saint to cross a realm. Moreover, he had not used any weapons or martial skills. If Chinyu had used his weapon and martial skill from the very beginning, then even a late-stage heavenly deity would definitely not be able to survive against him. In comparison, Senior Brother Lin had only fainted. He was already considered lucky. Another signal exploded. This time, it was not a dazzling rainbow. It was an orange color that was second only to red. Chinyu did not wait any longer. Previously, he wanted to watch the show. However, he realized that if he did not cause a huge commotion, he would not be able to force the truly powerful existence out of the Neptune Palace. Look carefully. Everyone who participated back then, as long as you point at them, they will die. Luo Shan was filled with endless gratitude. What did he do to deserve this? However, Chinyu did not want to owe anyone anything. He had destroyed the Fire God Palace because he wanted to. If he took someone else's things because of this, he would not feel at ease. In any case, there were many things in the Sea God's palace. However, in the end, not only did he obtain a pseudo-dragon's vein, but he also obtained all the resources in the Neptune Palace. The collection that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years was worth it. Both he and the dragon's soul had just increased their power. They needed some people to practice. If he could make use of this opportunity to break through to become a heavenly god, it would be even better. Luo Shan calmed himself down and began to search for familiar faces. He pointed out a few people from time to time. Just as his finger landed on those people, they all turned into blood mist in the blink of an eye and dissipated into nothingness. Not even a single bone was left behind. Apart from a few drops of blood, there was nothing that could prove that these people had once existed. Everyone standing outside the door couldn't help but run inside. They shouted for help as they ran, especially those who were pointed out by Luo Shan. They were running for their lives. However, in the end, they could not escape the fate of death. No matter what kind of strength they all had to die. After fighting inside, Luo Shan had a deeper understanding of Qin Yu's strength. Even though he had seen it from afar, the distance wasn't very close, so he didn't feel that it was real. However, the blood on the ground was enough for him to recognize what kind of expert he was hugging. Who dares to be so impudent in my sea god palace? The vice palace master, Shui Yu, slowly walked out. The vice palace master of the sea god palace was a woman with a graceful figure and a peerless appearance. Following behind Shui Yu was a solemn and dignified man. The Chuan character between his eyebrows made him look slightly impatient. 2 quintessential saint stage powerhouses are worth your effort. Shui Yu's frosty expression slowly melted and became as gentle as spring water. This is just a small matter. Perhaps there's something extraordinary about this person. In fact, our sea god palace wasn't like this in the past. Qin Yu finally understood. It seemed that there was something between the two of them. However, what was puzzling was that this man's strength was slightly weaker than Shui Yu's. But Shui Yu seemed to be obedient when facing him. However, no matter what identity this person had, since he had appeared in front of him, he could forget about showing off in front of him. I'm just here to seek justice for a friend of mine and take revenge. A debt of blood should be paid with blood. I'm just doing this kind of thing as usual. You'd better not interfere. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Luo Shan couldn't help but want to retreat. Even when his strength was at its peak, he was only close to a heavenly venerate. Later on, when he obtained the pseudo-dragon vein, he was only at the early stage of the calamity stage. One could imagine how afraid he was when facing a heavenly, ethereal stage powerhouse. However, when he suddenly saw Qin Yu and the dragon's soul standing in front of him, his courage instantly rose. Even if 2 heavenly palace powerhouses joined forces, they would still die a quick death. However, it was only a half-step heavenly palace powerhouse. Have you forgotten what happened back then? Didn't you want to take the dragon vein in my hands? I'll tell you now. I've already given the thing to my benefactor. If you have the guts, come and take it. With someone backing him, Luo Shan was full of energy. He even dared to shout at someone whose strength was far higher than his. Hearing the 2 words, dragon vein, no one could remain calm. When the man heard this, he glanced at Shui Yu. How come I didn't know that your sea god palace had discovered a dragon vein? Shui Yu's face stiffened. She cursed all 18 generations of Luo Shan's ancestors in her heart and quickly helped herself out of the situation. I didn't have time to tell you about this matter. Besides, there's something suspicious about that dragon vein. However, how could the man not understand what the sea god palace was thinking? In the end, he still didn't say anything. Hurry up and deal with these 2 people. Don't forget what your identity is now. You're just my favorite concubine. This is really a good show. The deputy palace master of the sea god palace is actually a favorite concubine of someone whose strength is not as good as hers. The man suddenly threw a glance at her and said in a cold tone, What right do you have to say such things? Compared to me, the heavenly saint is nothing. Even if it's the heavenly oasis realm or even the heavenly palace realm, they still have to curry favor with me. Shui Yu is just one of my favorite concubines. With her strength, she can only be a favorite concubine. His tone was very arrogant. After that, Qin Yu learned that this man was called Di Xiaoyu. Since he dared to use the emperor as his surname, one could imagine that there was at least one great emperor behind Di Xiaoyu. Having just received the inheritance of a great emperor, Qin Yu himself was also a great emperor before he reincarnated. Of course, he knew the strength of a great emperor. However, no matter what kind of existence stood behind Di Xiaoyu, at least his own strength was somewhat weak. If he had to say something, it would be a disgrace to the name of a great emperor. Your surname is really too exaggerated. I think your ancestor will think that you are an unfilial descendant because your talent is really too poor. Before Di Xiaoyu got angry, Shui Yu had already started to make a move. She didn't want to see anything happen to Di Xiaoyu in her sea god palace. Moreover, the sea god palace was already on the verge of collapse. If she wanted to compete for the position of palace master, she would need Di Xiaoyu's help. Chapter 807. Unknowingly, the seawater had already spread into the hall, and everything was covered in water. However, Qin Yu did not panic at all. He calmed himself down, and within a few breaths he had already found the other party's weakness. He waved his hand and took out a spiritual array disc to set up a spiritual array. The purpose was not to trap the enemy, but to break through the seawater that filled the sky. Luo Shan only felt that the seawater was getting colder and colder. Suddenly, he was lifted up and thrown into the air. He struggled and panicked, but he did not fall into the water as expected. Instead, he landed on a thick ice surface. Shui Yu's prepared attack did not succeed, and the area that was favorable to her was completely destroyed. Now that there was ice everywhere, no matter how powerful she was, she would be limited. Wrath of the Sea God! Shui Yu's mouth continued to spit out cryptic characters, one after another. Suddenly, the ice surface began to change, and cracks began to appear inch by inch. As the price for using this move, Shui Yu groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu and the dragon soul, who were in the center of the storm, were completely submerged in the water. Before the smile on his face disappeared, a big hole suddenly appeared on the water surface. Countless water droplets turned into icicles in the air and scattered in all directions. Whether it was Shui Yu or Di Xiaoyu, they were not affected much by this. They just had to dodge in a sorry state. However, those who were slightly weaker were pierced into sieves. As a big force, the Sea God Palace not only had powerful experts, but also some middle-level and low-level experts. Using the water that filled the sky, Qin Yu forcefully broke through and took advantage of the situation to reap hundreds of lives. There were thousands of people around. Other than the hundreds who were killed on the spot, many others were seriously injured and were struggling to find medicine. Isn't the Sea God Palace in cahoots with the Fire God Palace? I'll let you have a taste of the Sea of Fire. Fire and water are incompatible. Fire God's palm. This was what he had learned from Shui Yu. Although he did not think much of it, the move that was only recorded in the great emperor's inheritance was not that simple. If he reached the peak of perfection, he could create a sea of fire with a wave of his hand. Qin Yu hadn't grasped this technique for long, so he naturally couldn't summon a vast sea of flames with a casual wave of his hand. However, now that he had used 80% of his strength, he could burn the entire Sea God Palace. After the sea of fire fell, some of it was extinguished by the water in the sky. However, the endless flames were constantly replenishing the seawater, and soon the seawater was boiling. Waves of smoke continued to rise, and the people who were soaked in the seawater screamed one after another. Then there was silence. One could only imagine how powerful the boiling seawater would be, and how much damage the people who were soaked in it would suffer. Di Xiaoyu's face was already quite ugly. Is this the so-called strength of the Sea God's palace? A quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse can easily annihilate all of you. Shueisha had suffered too much damage. In order to reverse the situation, she had forced herself to be injured. But now, Qin Yu had easily reversed the situation, and the gap between the two sides had even widened. Not to mention that Di Xiaoyu was annoyed. She couldn't bear it anymore. If all the fault was on her, how could she compete for the position of palace master? Bow of the moon. Arrow of water. A pure white longbow appeared in Shueisha's hand. She had put 90% of her strength into the bow and arrow, and condensed an arrow that seemed to be made of water out of thin air. However, this arrow made of water contained a huge amount of energy. A half-step celestial palace had condensed 90% of her strength. So how could it be underestimated? The arrow was shot, and it was aimed at Qin Yu's glabella. Qin Yu didn't dodge or evade. Mighty body of the dragon god. Chart of celestial extermination. It directly collided with the arrow that had condensed 90% of the strength of a half-step celestial palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire sea god's palace collapsed. With the dragon's soul by his side, Qin Yu didn't even have a trace of dust on him. He was still clean and refreshed. However, Shueisha had consumed too much of her strength and couldn't even avoid these debris. She tried her best to protect her body from injuries, but she was still in a sorry state. Shueisha knew that she couldn't continue to fight head-on. Qin Yu's strength was too high, and it wasn't enough for her to only be a half-step celestial palace. She had to invite someone with higher strength. Suddenly, she threw out a small ball that was emitting golden light. "Ancestor, save me!" After successfully sending the message, Shueisha wanted to escape directly. However, she tripped over someone's corpse and her speed slowed down slightly. You want to run after calling for help? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Qin Yu and the dragon's soul joined forces and blocked Shueisha's path at the same time and killed her on the spot. The ancestor, who had been worried, suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened the door of the secret room, he saw the mess outside. Who did this? The voice was distant and long, and it spread far and wide. Hearing the angry roar, Luo Shan couldn't help but dig his ears. Whose voice is that? No one. Just the ancestor of the sea god palace. The dragon soul's words were easy, but when Luo Shan heard this, he slipped and almost fell to the ground, like a dog eating mud. To be called an ancestor, he had to be at least in the celestial palace realm. Luo Shan was just a small calamity realm. Who would have thought that he would see so many almighties in one day? Moreover, these almighties were more or less his enemies. To be able to see his enemies fall to the ground one by one was such a delightful and joyful thing. However, Luo Shan only had fear in his heart, and his mind was filled with the aura he felt in the fire god palace. Even if he felt it from afar, he was forced to the point of sweetness in his throat. If he personally went to the battlefield, wouldn't he lose his life? Just like how Qin Yu dealt with those weak people before, he didn't need to use much strength at all. Just an aura was enough to kill Luo Shan without a doubt. Benefactor, why don't we go look for clues about the dragon vein first? Luo Shan didn't have the guts to continue staying. Now that he had taken revenge, he naturally had a greater goal. All the grudges on him had disappeared, and he could live a carefree life. However, the premise was that he could survive. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Now is a good opportunity. Although the ancestor of the sea god palace should be very strong, it's not impossible to fight against him. Since he had made this trip, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Inexplicably, Luo Shan understood what Qin Yu meant. He suddenly thought of a place and brought him there. When the ancestor of the sea god palace arrived, he saw a ruin. He immediately let out a furious roar. Don't let me find out who you are, or my sea god palace will not rest until you die. Chapter 808. When they reached the place, Luo Shan couldn't help but pant, but his face was filled with excitement. The sea god palace is in front. It's where they usually store things. I've seen them put some precious things in there with my own eyes." A dark golden light flashed, and the heavy door exploded. This was indeed the Sea God Palace, a place used to store some good things. If someone didn't lead the way, it would be difficult to find it. Qin Yu put all these things into his bag, but he didn't use them all. He looked down on them. This should only be one of the treasures of the Sea God Palace. Let's go look for clues about the dragon vein first. It's not too late to come back later. Luo Shan immediately led the way. After crossing a mountain range and passing through the bottom of the sea, they encountered a turbulent current. Most of the sea was water, and the location of the dragon vein was in the deepest abyss of the sea. At that time, he was being chased and fell into the water, accidentally falling into the underwater cave. After that, he obtained such a great opportunity, but perhaps this opportunity shouldn't have belonged to him in the first place. He could only use a very small part of it. He couldn't see anything outside, only the deep darkness at the entrance of the cave. It was as if it wanted to suck people's souls in and suck them to an unknown place. If he took 2 steps in, he would feel that it was slightly extraordinary. There seemed to be a mysterious force in the depths of the cave. It was extremely gentle, but it unquestionably excluded people. Luo Shan was at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. After falling into the water. When he woke up, he found himself in the cave. It's probably just an accident. Luo Shan tried to walk further in, trying to withstand the pressure. Fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he quickly merged into the sea. Luo Shan suddenly flew backward. Although the repulsive force was slightly gentle and didn't have much lethality, it was very impressive. If he wanted to force his way in, he would be bounced back 10 times or 100 times. After hitting a reef, Luo Shan stood up with a grimace. Qin Yu waved his hand. "You don't have to try. Maybe you accidentally bumped into some mechanism. Or maybe you met some conditions. Think carefully about what was different about you after you woke up." Luo Shan fell into deep thought, thinking inch by inch. Indeed, nothing special happened at that time. His clothes were still intact. It was the same for the wounds on his body. They were constantly bleeding. Right? Fresh blood. At that time, there was very little blood. I thought it was soaked. Also, at that time, I was already on the verge of death. I thought I was dead, but later I found out that I was still alive. At that time, it was the most crucial moment for him to escape from death. He was the only survivor of the entire family, so he naturally had a deep impression of him. Even if it had been a long time, he could still remember every detail clearly. Injured and on the verge of death. Or does it need blood as a medium to open it? Qin Yu was not prepared to try any of them, whether it was blood or serious injuries. "Since you're not willing to let me in, I'll destroy this place." A powerful aura erupted, and a power that was enough to destroy mountains stirred the seawater to boil. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Huge waves that were at least 100 meters high rose from the sea. The houses on the shore collapsed one after another. In the deepest part of the sea, rocks flew everywhere. The originally deep cave entrance was like a giant beast from the abyss opening its mouth wide. It was as if it was going to swallow everything in front of it. Qin Yu's combat strength was tyrannical. Under the power of this attack, it was rebounded by this mysterious power 10 times or 100 times. The entire sea was trembling because of it. Although it was not at the Emperor realm, it was enough to make the Heaven Palace tremble. Luo Shan had been blown aside by this turbulence. If it were not for the dragon's soul pulling him, he would have been affected and killed. To be able to see and even participate in such a big chaos with his own eyes, the shock in Luo Shan's heart could not be described with words. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Could it be that another powerhouse at the late stage of the Heaven Palace realm has appeared? The source of this power seems to be deep in the sea. Let's go and see. When all the forces gathered together, they saw countless familiar faces. Almost all the major forces in the sea had rushed over because of this huge force. They did not have time to exchange greetings. They just nodded and plunged into the water. They went to the source of all the tremors. Such a powerful force, that inexplicable force, could not bear it at all. At the same time, monstrous waves were set off, attracting the attention of all the people in the sea. Then it collapsed and dissipated. A bright golden light was slightly emitted under the stone. It was extremely conspicuous in the deep sea. It casually lifted a huge stone that was as tall as a person. It revealed the huge dragon vein below. Suddenly, a bright golden light soared into the sky. It illuminated the entire sea. It was 100-meter wave that had already risen. It also gradually subsided because of the illumination of this light. The sea was calm. Even in the sea, the light was bright. The dark clouds that had gathered in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the clear sky. What is this? This aura. It's the dragon vein. It really is the legendary dragon vein. It turns out that the legendary dragon vein really exists. People from all the major forces were excited. The sea god Pallas's great ancestor was also attracted by this powerful aura. When it landed, people from all the major forces shut their mouths. They quietly made way for it. After all, it was a heavenly palace realm cultivator. As long as the great emperor did not appear, he would be invincible in the heavenly palace realm. Di Xiaoyu was also brought along by the great ancestor. After sensing the dragon vein's aura, he strongly requested to come along. Because of his fear of great Emperor Rongtian, the great ancestor brought him along in the end. It can't be wrong. That person mentioned the dragon vein before. He must have something to do with this matter. Sea God Pallas's great ancestor, don't tell me you want to take such an important dragon vein for yourself. Although his expression was quite unpleasant, the great ancestor did not get angry at this person. If possible, who would not want to have the dragon vein in their own hands? The legendary dragon vein was extremely magical. It might allow him to break through the heavenly palace realm in one go. Thinking of this, his heart was burning with excitement. Qin, you did not notice that everyone had gathered. Even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. No one could say for sure how long and how big a dragon vein was. This was something that only existed in legends. A real dragon vein, even if only revealed a trace of its aura, was enough to shock people. Chapter 809. Quietly emitting a faint golden light, the entire dragon vein gradually revealed its elegance to everyone. The dragon's soul just got close to this light and felt comfortable all over, its mind clear. Everyone said that the dragon vein contains rich dragon clan inheritance and even treasures. Now it seems that this is not entirely true. The dragon vein itself is a permanent resource. The entire dragon vein was extremely huge and long, spreading over thousands of miles. It was difficult to store it with just one person's strength. Qin, you made an extremely risky move, which was to sneak into the dragon vein. A faint golden light flashed before his eyes, and he suddenly entered another world. As he expected, there was another world in the dragon vein. However, it was extremely simple and monotonous. Other than the rich dragon qi, there were only some jade pillars that rose from the sky. The dragon's soul was like a fish in water when it saw this place. It quickly circled around the jade pillars. When it returned, it reported the truth. There seems to be something in every pillar. When I put my hand on it just now, there was a voice telling me that I could choose an item to take away. It's the same for every pillar. It seems like there's another space inside that's used to store treasures. And it seemed like there wasn't only one or two treasures inside. There were many of them. Now they could already see hundreds of pillars, not to mention that there must be other things deeper in. The entire dragon vein didn't only have these jade pillars and the treasures in them. No matter what, this trip was worth it. Other than the dragon vein itself, there was an extremely rich collection inside, which was amazing. It's just that It seems like we can only take out one item from one jade pillar at a time. Qin Yu curled his lips. So what? We can't be too greedy. You and I will take out one item from each jade pillar. It's all up to luck. Even Luo Shan was given such a good opportunity to pick a few items. To be able to hide in the dragon vein, it was naturally a rare treasure in the world. Just taking out one or two of them was enough to make people fight for it. It was unknown if the collection in the dragon vein could be compared to what the Fire God Palace had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Qin Yu walked past them one by one. Soon, a large pile of items appeared in his hands. With a flash of light, a fresh fragrance spread throughout the spacious field. Just a whiff of it was enough to raise one's spirits. This seems to have a trace of immortal energy. However, this trace of fragrance was truly a little weak. If one had never come into contact with immortal qi, they would only think that this was a treasure and would not be able to recognize its origin. Only those who had truly come into contact with higher levels would be able to detect the difference in this white peach. It's a bit faint. It should be a divine seed from some unknown place that fell into the 10 Directions world. If it was just a seed, there was no suitable land. It was already extremely difficult for it to grow. But more or less, it still carried some characteristics of the God realm. If an ordinary person were to eat this peach, they should be able to improve their strength and fundamentally change their physique. It wasn't of much use to him. This peach has the aura of the God world, Yang Qi said. It has the effect of changing one's constitution. Take it. His aptitude was the best. Although this peach was somewhat rare, it was of little use to him. Luo Shan carefully took the peach that looked like a crystal. He couldn't believe it at all. Is this really for me? Such a precious and rare thing. No matter how many dangers he had experienced since he was young, he had never tasted such a good thing. Even just touching it made him feel incredulous. Such a precious thing was actually in his hands. It was simply unbelievable. Qin, you didn't think much of it. After all, it was Luo Shan who told him the location of the dragon vein. It was just a peach that was of no use to him and carried some aura of the God realm. After a long time after taking it out, the aura will slowly dissipate and its effect will become weaker. You'd better eat it on the spot. There were indeed many precious things in these jade pillars. For some things, even to Qin Yu and the dragon soul, they were still extremely helpful. There were also supreme treasures that could directly increase one's strength. Originally, he was going to eat it and refine it here. He would definitely be able to break through to the God realm. However, there was a sudden commotion. There seemed to be other people outside preparing to enter. Not long after, several figures flashed. They slowly solidified from transparent. There was actually a familiar face among them. What a coincidence! Di Xiaoyu also saw them and immediately widened his eyes. That's right, it's them. At this time, the Ocean God Palace's great ancestor also noticed. They looked up and down and were suddenly alarmed. The entire Ocean God Palace had been destroyed. It was already too late when he came out of seclusion. Now that he finally found the culprit, how could he not be surprised and angry? The rest of the major forces that followed focused their attention on Qin Yu and the dragon soul. Luo Shan was completely ignored. After all, the pseudo-dragon vein in his body had been taken out, and he wasn't even in the Calamity Realm. He was completely an ordinary person. Who would care about an ordinary person? It's the two of you who provoked the Ocean God Palace. The dragon's soul glanced at him with contempt. Do you have to dress up? You know in your heart whether you provoked me or crushed me. The entire Ocean God Palace is now in ruins. You're the only great ancestor left here. What's the use? What? The Ocean God Palace has been reduced to ruins. This matter, when did it happen? Unlike the situation in the Fire Territory, the Ocean God Palace wasn't the only force in the entire sea. There were many forces under their banner. If they really joined forces, they wouldn't be completely afraid of the Ocean God Palace. However, their relationship was always very close. Just like the things in Luo Shan's family, no one would care at all, let alone care. Now that they heard that the Ocean God Palace had been destroyed, most people were thinking about how to get some benefits from it. Feeling the sighs and questioning gazes, the Ocean God Palace's great ancestor was even more furious. I can't believe I met you here. It's really fate, with the Ocean God Palace's great ancestor as the center. An imposing aura surged into the sky. The invisible strength forced everyone around him to quickly find a corner to hide. Many people were affected. Di Xiaoyu, who was in the heavenly ethereal realm, was also forced into a corner. Only then could he barely stand. Boundless expanse technique. Extremely powerful strength caused layers of cracks to appear on the nearest jade pillar, and they continued to spread. Chapter 810. A faint blue light flashed past, bringing about a huge vortex. Emperor Xiaoyu was also a little shocked. For the first time, he realized that this old man, whom he had never taken a fancy to, actually had such a powerful ability. Some people in the crowd also exclaimed, "It's actually the legendary vast expanse technique. Wasn't this martial skill lost 10,000 years ago? I heard that the Hauhen flag and the vast expanse record were also combined at that time. It can play a supreme role. I didn't expect the martial technique to be obtained by the sea god ancestor. No one has ever noticed it." This was indeed the trump card of the sea god ancestor. Although he didn't think that a quintessential sage could pose any threat, he recognized Qinyu. This was the person who had suppressed the two heavenly palaces by himself in the fire domain. He might have some backup plans, so he was prepared to strike first and take the initiative first. If he killed him immediately, there would be no future trouble. But he was quite mistaken in his idea. If it was someone else, he might be able to seize the initiative by striking first. Qin, you wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The sea god ancestor's powerful attack was destined to fail. If he just escaped, the entire dragon vein might be destroyed by this powerful attack. The dragon vein was already in his bag. Whether it was the things in the jade pillar or the dragon vein itself, no one was allowed to touch them. The moment that powerful aura came out, everyone present couldn't remain calm. They all looked at an image in the shadow. They were dumbfounded. The sea god ancestor could only resist with all his might. However, no matter how much strength he used, there was no way to resist that powerful will. He could only die with hatred. Before he died, his eyes were wide open as if they were about to fall out of their sockets in the next moment. Coincidentally, this pair of eyes happened to be facing Emperor Xiaoyu. Qin, you clicked his tongue. It's a pity that I wasted the immortal qi on you guys. If it weren't for the sake of protecting the dragon vein, there was no need to use his strongest method to suppress it from the beginning. He could use this sea god ancestor to practice and reconsolidate his strength. It was a pity that he shouldn't have touched him as soon as he came up. If he accidentally damaged the dragon vein in the slightest, even if he were to die 100 or 1,000 times, it wouldn't be too much. However, while he felt that it was a waste, the others were dumbfounded. Hall Master Zhang, am I seeing things? Heavens above, this is too terrifying. While they were still in shock, the dragon's soul suddenly attacked. His strength was still slightly inferior to Qinyu's. However, it was still barely enough to suppress these people. Do you want me to send you out, or do you want to scram? The group of people were terrified. They looked at each other. However, everyone's attitude was different. Some people were scared out of their wits, while others were skeptical. Under different moods, they all made different choices. We'll leave on our own. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that he can use this method without limit. All right, stop causing trouble. Even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't afford to take it. Everyone calm down. It's just two heavenly saints. Suddenly all the thorns fell to the ground. There was a long, thin rod in their necks that pierced through their entire throats. This was something that he casually took out from the jade pillar just now. It seemed to be some kind of hidden weapon made of special materials. Although he wasn't very good at using hidden weapons, it was very easy for him to throw it around. Most importantly, there was almost no sound when he used it. This made him very satisfied. It was a pity that there weren't many of them. Otherwise, he could have stored a large batch. He killed a group of thorns so cleanly. This time, no one dared to say anything else, even if they were very interested in everything in the dragon vein. However, no one dared to say anything else. Otherwise, the fate of the few corpses on the ground would be their final ending. Isn't this settled cleanly? Without seeing blood, they'll never understand who's the stronger party. It was a pity that during the fight, a few of the jade pillars were damaged. Qin Yu felt that it was a pity. He immediately used a wisp of divine fire that he had with him after receiving the inheritance. He directly burned the corpse of the sea god ancestor until there was nothing left. The power in his body was all turned into nutrients and absorbed by the divine fire. The other corpses were dealt with in the same way. There was a high platform in the depths. 3 treasures were placed on it. Brilliant silver light flickered bit by bit. The material was even more profound and simple. Placed in the center was a soft armor. The scales on it seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. They were deep and heavy. It's a dragon's scale, and it's a soft armor made from the dragon's forbidden scale. Everyone knew that as long as one had the dragon's bloodline, there would be a scale on their body that no one could touch. However, very few people knew that it was the dragon's weakness. It was also the dragon's toughest scale. Its toughness was far beyond that of any other scale. Its defense was at least 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary scale. Of course, every scale on a dragon's body was at least the size of a palm. The scales on this soft armor had been specially processed. Although they looked very small, in reality it was only because they were mixed with a part of the spatial principle. And there were more than 1,000 scales embedded on this soft armor. There were more than 10,000 of them. Sensing the aura on this soft armor, all the dragons, including the anciently fire dragon, could not help but shed a tear. This is the destruction of the dragon clan. Although I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago it was, something extremely important must have happened back then. Everyone knows that the dragon bloodline in written records is an extremely important treasure, whether it's to the dragon clan or other clans. However, very few people know what's behind a dragon bloodline. Those are the corpses of tens of thousands of dragon clan experts. Without the full strength of tens of thousands of experts, it's impossible to brew such a miraculous treasure. Qin Yu was silent for a while. He stood in front of this soft armor for a full 15 minutes. Although he did not know what happened back then, he still had to respect his seniors. Tens of thousands of experts were enough for him to stand there in silence for a moment and mourn. After 15 minutes, Qin Yu was about to step forward and take off the soft armor. Suddenly, a golden light descended on him. Qin Yu's aura suddenly soared. The dragon's soul also felt the tremors and the surging power in its body. Heavenly God realm. After breaking through the threshold of a major realm, it still did not stop. Chapter 8:11. His strength continued to rise steadily. Early stage, Heavenly God. Middle stage, Heavenly God. Late stage, Heavenly God. When he was almost at the perfected Heavenly God realm, the speed at which Qin Yu's aura rose gradually slowed down. The dragon's soul also received a huge boost because of this, and the aura on its body also rose steadily until it reached the same level as Qin Yu before it stopped, although it was still a little bit away from the perfected Heavenly God realm. But the two of them already had a clear understanding of the future Martial Dao realm. The future path was open, just suddenly received such a huge boost. His realm was not unstable at all, and his foundation was very solid. As long as he was patient and polished, it would not be long before he could break through again. Not only did Qin Yu's strength increase, but he also received some scattered memories. Among them were records of the dragon clan from tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there were tens of thousands of dragons. How glorious was that! The sea region back then was not called the sea region yet. It was called the Azure Dragon territory. The ancient Azure Dragon encountered a sudden change, and all of them died. That was already a very ancient dragon clan. They had been wiped out a long time ago due to some special reasons. Now that he received some scattered memories, Chinyu already knew why this powerful and ancient clan would suddenly be wiped out. Because of space. When a powerhouse was fighting, the Azure Dragon territory suddenly broke open. At that time, there were cracks everywhere. Even with the accumulation of countless powerhouses' corpses, there was no way to fill it up. Only someone in the divine realm could solve this kind of change. After tens of thousands of years of fighting, the corpses of the Azure Dragon powerhouses had accumulated to tens of thousands. One should know that only super powerhouses whose strength reached at least the late stage Heavenly Palace realm could be included in the calculation. And the Azure Dragon clan's king at that time was already a great emperor. In these tens of thousands of years of fighting, because of space turbulence, there was no newborn. It was only until the last moment that a pair of eggs were laid. In order to preserve this only Azure Dragon bloodline, the Azure Dragon clan at that time exhausted the last bit of strength in their body. It formed the embryonic form of a dragon bloodline, waiting for the fated person to pass the test. One of the tests was the yearning for benefits. After Chinyu saw the soft armor, he did not take it immediately. Even though he knew the value of it, he still chose to mourn for the mountain of corpses and sea of blood behind the soft armor. After a moment, the test was also completed. In the end, he obtained the scattered memories of tens of thousands of blue dragons. He also obtained the remaining power that had not completely dissipated and was used to protect the dragon vein. After tens of thousands of years, the original paradise of the blue dragon tribe had turned into a sea. Time was indeed the most powerful force in the world. As for the pseudo-dragon vein, it was just a small and insignificant companion product. Previously, Luo Shan had been unable to completely fuse with the camouflage dragon vein, much less use it. The root of the problem was that the pseudo-dragon vein itself had a huge flaw. It was only made up of powerful dragon chi. In essence, it was not stubborn. It was a mass of dragon chi and did not have the essence of a bloodline. Therefore, even though Luo Shan was able to raise his strength to the calamity level, he could not go any further. The pseudo-dragon vein only had the most basic absorption, conversion, and storage function, and there was a certain upper limit. Luo Shan was not of the dragon race and was unable to completely absorb the dragon chi. Naturally, he would suffer immense pain. I see. Luo Shan finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, he was just hiding a ball of chi in his body. Of course, it could not achieve the result of his cultivation. Coincidentally, there is indeed a small dragon vein over there. You can use this small dragon vein as your martial vein. With a complete and huge dragon vein, there are countless resources in it. The small dragon vein, next to the soft armor, was not worth mentioning at all. What? Luo Shan was so shocked that he fell down on the spot. He should be glad that there was no mud here. Otherwise, he would be in a sorry state. The dragon soul could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. It grabbed his collar with one hand and took the small dragon vein with the other. It used an extremely powerful method to insert the dragon vein into his body and connect it carefully for him. When every meridian was connected, Luo Shan could already cultivate again. Moreover, his aptitude could not be compared to the past. Everyone knew that the dragon race had an extremely unique talent for cultivation. Luo Shan's current cultivation speed was comparable to that of the dragon race. Even if he was lazy and unwilling to spend his energy on cultivation, he could continue to improve his strength. If he was diligent, he could leave most people far behind. Therefore, although he was not young now, he could still surpass most people in a short period of time. There was a scale at the heart of the soft armor that was slightly bigger than the rest. The aura it emitted was also very different. He had obtained some memories of the blue dragon race. Qin, you knew very well that the small scale at the heart was actually the reverse scale of great Emperor Rongtian. Qin, you sighed and waved at the soft armor. Suddenly, a silver light flashed. The blue dragon's soft armor flew into his palm and merged into his body through his palm. This was one of the ways to use the soft armor. This soft armor had consumed the corpses of all the powerhouses of the blue dragon ant race. Naturally, there was no need to wear it. It could be merged into his body directly. Naturally, it would increase his strength, especially at the heart. Even a great emperor would have to put in a lot of effort to break the defense there. If one had not reached the late stage of great Emperor Rongtian and reached the peak of his strength, he would not even be able to break the defense there. Although the defense in other places was slightly weaker, it could not be broken by anyone. A Heaven Palace realm cultivator would definitely not be able to break it. The last item at the side was a martial technique book. Blue Dragon Move. This was the most powerful martial technique in the hands of the great Emperor Blue Dragon King. Its strength was evident. It could instantly cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It could even create a dragon shadow clone with the same strength. If it was powerful enough, the dragon shadow clone could even reach hundreds of feet. At that time, it could stir up wind and rain and change the color of heaven and earth with ease. As for the pair of dragon eggs that had been preserved very well, currently they were placed at the core, together with the most important part of the entire dragon vein. They were carefully protected. Qin, you went to retrieve them. As they had been preserved using a special method, they should have hatched a long time ago. The two little dragons had yet to be born. However, once they left the special environment, they immediately began to attack. Not long after, they smashed a hole in the huge dragon egg. The two little dragons appeared one after the other. The little dragons that had just been born did not have much energy. They were only finger long. The huge dragon egg was slightly taller than a person. The little dragons that had just been born did not have any intelligence. The first thing it did after breaking out of its shell was to eat the huge dragon egg as its food.